that.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 2026 Canadian Seniors Snooker Championship. We have Floyd Ziegler and Phil Snake in our semifinal. And joining me today, once again, is Sir David Burney. Good morning.
Good morning, Rob. I do spend some time in England, but I don't think I've been knighted yet. But I do appreciate the sir. It's all right. And we have Sylvain Etier, our referee on this one. It's the best of five semifinal seniors. So it's a tough one to judge, Rob. Floyd's definitely got a
Yeah,
huge history in the game, and Phil's no stranger. Way back in 2016, Phil was a runner-up in the Richler Cup to Alex Zhang. Floyd's been a senior and open champion. Actually, Floyd was telling me that Barry Hearn reached out to him way back and said, I got a spot for you on the circuit. But unfortunately, Floyd is a man that does not fly. So he couldn't make it over there.
that's right. But Phil Snake coming through a long match went rather late last night. He is, the defending champion looking to go 2 for 2 here. But he's got a hill to climb with Ziegler. Floyd is one of the highly decorated Canadian players that we have. All right, I think we're set to go. So we're going to dial in our camera. There we go. We're all set. Ladies and gentlemen, first frame appears it's going to be Phil Snake. As we mentioned, still best of five. So we'll see how that late match could affect Phil's play today. Technically, Dave, he's played 2 matches now in the same day.
Yeah, he was definitely ready to go last night. Just John Windsor and Charlie Brown went the distance all the way, even down to the final black in their deciding frame. Unfortunately, BC's Charlie Brown wasn't able to go through, and John battled Phil in that quarterfinal match, and as well, they went to a decider. So a long night for Phil Snake.
Yeah, absolutely. Floyd looking to take one on, didn't get it. And he's going to leave it. Well, this is certainly going to show us, Dave, how Phil's feeling this morning. He's not too bad. He's nice on the block. Several reds in the open. See if he can nudge the one out of the way here. And he does. Phil could be still riding high off that match. Not a lot of warm up needed. Well, maybe just a little bit.
Yeah. We are on the OBSA YouTube channel. The chat is open. Feel free to punch in any of your comments or questions. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Put your support. Are you in the Floyd camp or the Phil camp?
Yeah, and good morning. Randall Morrison is tuned back in.
Yeah, I was catching a little bit of the stream last night. Randall, looks like you're going to be making the trip out here, so it'll be great to see you again in person.
Well, Phil's back in it once again.
always enjoy watching Phil. He's got that real quick feathering, and then when it comes to taking the shot, he just draws the cue back slowly, real dramatic pause, and then delivers with authority.
Yeah, and when he gets going, he's going to be hard to stop. So I think it's all going to come down to how Floyd's feeling today because he had that match with Jason, pardon me, which still went on kind of late. So it was a long day for Floyd as well.
Thanks for the tip, Randall. I'm not sure. Hopefully, you can hear me a bit louder now. I am a little bit close to the table, so don't want to be screaming. But thanks for the tip. We appreciate that. Anybody that's tuning in, if the audio sounds a little weak or the pictures aren't quite crystal clear, let us know, and we'll work on it. As we want to provide excellent snooker coverage to all of you.
Yeah, I just raised your volume just a touch.
Just wriggle the jaws. Didn't find home in that green pocket.
You know, Floyd's got a long pot on here. See, this is definitely going to tell us and give us a sign of how he's feeling, and he's appears he's feeling pretty good, Dave. But he's trailing here, 32-0 down early in this frame. But if Floyd can put a few balls in, he'll be right back in it. So hopefully the audio is a little bit better, Randall. I made a few adjustments. Now, does he have an angle to go into the reds, or does he play on the open one?
He might be able to go into the pack here. It's just you don't know where you're going to be. Needs a bit of luck.
Well, I think, Dave, if he's not on the one to the right middle, there might be a red in the middle of the bunch there, possibly to the bottom corner. Well, so he's clawed 17 points back, still 15 down. Phil in the lead, 32-17 here in the first frame. Well, I think Phil's left this red on that he just played to left center. And from here, Dave, I think he can play it in a decent amount of pace, get position on the block, and he really won't be leaving too much. But this man is too experienced to take that on.
Unfortunate that red came and covered the pot into the left middle. And yeah, that red that you mentioned earlier, Rob, that Floyd had to left middle. Phil's got to be mindful of that. Probably just going to come, hopefully, back to the top end. Doesn't want to put his cue ball into the bulk area.
Wow,
Oh,
what
what a pot.
oh, and the nudge. Well, this is Phil's frame to win or lose from here, Dave. He certainly has it in his hands with the way the Reds are sitting. Gonna want that. Ooh, yeah, it held nice. Oh, Phil would love to go 2 for 2, but and win this championship again for the second year running. But Floyd has been there before. He's won it many times before. He's an 8-time Ontario champion, multi-time Canadian champion, multi-time seniors champion. So he's been there. He's done it. And oddly enough, Phil, he's played Phil many times before. But oddly enough, Dave, when Mr. Ziegler gets going in the seniors, he tends to do quite well in the Open.
Yeah, that's going to be a great championship that starts tomorrow here at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, just east of Toronto. Ooh.
And good morning, Michael Cannon. It was a late night, yes, sir. And we held on right to the bitter end. Had a few minutes break to get a couple minutes of sleep. And good morning, James Power Real Estate Brokerage.
That was a pretty good chance for Floyd there to punish Phil on that red that he missed. Just early morning jitters.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying before. Because Phil had that late match last night, went home, got a bit of sleep, come back. It was almost like he was already warmed up and still going. Uh, Floyd is a different person altogether. He still had a late match, but he's right back at it. So 29 in front. Oh, did not expect that.
And a good morning to you, Jesse Fox. It's nice meeting you for the first time last night. Young and strong player coming out from Ottawa. He's getting set to start his campaign tomorrow in the Open Championship.
Yeah, Jesse Fox doing great things for snooker out in the Ottawa area, Dave. Organizes a few events for the players, and he does it well. So keep it up, Mr. Fox. Well, Floyd's got an opportunity to score a few points here. Nothing easy except for this starter at the moment.
Yeah, looks like he might have a nice angle on this pink come off cushion and be on the red into that yellow pocket, same spot where he wants to put the pink.
He's got options though, Dave. Certainly he's got the pink. Pink's close to the cushion, but he's also got the yellow to get on that same red. And he's there. He didn't. Well,
It's going to be a little awkward for the right-hander. So electing to get the redwoods out. Just coming taking a look at the score.
Floyd playing left-handed with the rest. Wow. Well, this is an awful pot to go for, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just tucked the white behind the pink with 3 reds remaining and everything open. He's only 26 down, so there's time.
Oh, wonderful. Great controlled shot there. This is going to be a nightmare situation here for Phil. Referee Etier just taking a look at where the cue ball is, just to see if it needs to be respotted. If Phil is to falter in his attempt here.
Well, that's not going to be heavy enough. He had the line. Now he just needs to manage the pace, but I don't. Well, he's actually, yeah, he's having to put back. Well, okay.
It's a bit interesting. Yeah, because just Phil needs a little extra pace, and that red was on to top right corner, and the blue is sitting there for Phil, or Floyd, I should say. Now we have an interesting vantage point, Rob. We've got that bird's eye view. We can kind of really see the whole table. It's a different story when you're at the table. You can't get that perspective.
Well, now Floyd's going to have a look at this one. Yeah, he's definitely putting it back once again. Bit strange, but Gilbo was close to the cushion. He had a pot on to right center, but Floyd knows. Phil had the line the first time. Just hasn't managed the pace quite yet.
He's off the line there. And Floyd's got another relatively easy red to the left middle. Angle takes him up for the blue. Oh, Floyd.
Wow. Yeah, Floyd's worked his way back in this frame a little anyway. But Phil still in the lead, 47-33. 14 in front. He's going to have a go at this red. Can't leave much except the one he's playing. Not an easy pot. Especially when he's using the rest as well. Phil didn't like the pot, opting for the safety instead. Trying to get behind the green. Just nudges the green.
Well, tense first frame here in this best of 5 semifinal. 51 points on the table, and only 14 separate these two players. Phil Snake with the lead.
Floyd looking to get behind the pink here once again. Very close.
Yeah, it's a game of millimeters.
No, he's still got Phil backed up to that bulk cushion. He's keeping the pressure on. Well, I think we're going to see the Reds move now.
Just seeing there might be a path that Floyd can take that top right of the three on the right side and just thinly clip off it. Take 3 cushions back to the bulk area. But it's a tight path.
And that's not bad at all. Not bad at all, and he's managed to keep 2 Reds together still. There's a moment of separation, but now he's got given Phil the thinker. So it was a good reply by Floyd. See what Phil can come up with here, Dave. It's not too bad. Just trying to contain it for the moment.
Yeah, both these 2 Reds kind of cancel each other out to go to the right middle.
Gotten away with it. Played the putt, didn't get it. A little bit of fortune here. Could have very easily have left that red on for Phil.
Yeah, fortunate for Floyd, the green is blocking the potting angle onto that red.
Now, has he covered that red? Well, he may have. Floyd will have a look if he can see any part of it. He's going to be playing the open one.
And a good morning to Roland Colborn. Thanks for tuning in, Roland. Good to see a familiar face in the chat.
Mr. Colburn, good morning, sir. Roland was watching the feed yesterday and practicing his snooker at home, I believe, yesterday. So, wow. Now this is a tricky one for Floyd. Good opportunity. The Reds are now open. Only 14 points down, Dave.
Yeah, can't believe it. That was a great opportunity. It's a mid-range red, but that's one that Floyd makes more often than not.
Absolutely. Now the question here is the red not above but to the left of the black? I think it's going to be tight. I'm not sure from our angle if it will pass into that right center.
I was going for the blind cut. I think there was a pathway for that red into the right middle. Maybe just playing that red with a ounce of safe in mind. So Floyd not punished too bad for that miss that he had. Let's get another mid-range red on the right side of the table. Blue's not blocking the path for the potting angle for Floyd. So
Absolutely. I mean, both these players want to get this match, would love to win this match 3-0 so they get a bit of a break, which I'm sure they would both love to have because both of them were up late last night playing. Phil a little bit, about an hour later, but the first frame is going to be a big advantage in this one. Well, I think Floyd's going right back behind the pink. This is a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah, last time I checked, the sport is called snooker. It's not called pot balls. So good discipline there by Floyd. And if you are in Southern Ontario, definitely come pay us a visit at the Corner Bank. It's at 925 Warden Ave here in Scarborough, just east of Toronto. Lots of great seating and food and drink, all that you need here, and great action on the table. And admission's free, so you can't beat that. And the air conditioning's on too, so it might be a bit hot outside, so a good place to cool down.
Yeah, well, we knew this was going to be a close match, close frame. I mean, it started out, Phil was up 32-0 at one point, and he had another chance to add to that significantly. However, Floyd has clawed his way back, only trailing by 13, 47-34 down. Phil may have a go at this one. Oh. Wow, as he left the double on. You know, if we can get this double Dave, he's getting a little tongue-tied already. Had a long couple of days, both of us. But the double is on, and he'll be right on the block.
Yeah, a little surprising Phil didn't take it. I don't know, sometimes the first frame, even though it's a short, best of five, that first frame sometimes maybe thread the needle a little bit, go for a few more shots.
Oh, there it is.
How's Floyd feeling?
I wouldn't
It's
be
on into the
surprised.
right middle.
Yeah, but where that red is, I wouldn't be surprised if he just tucks up behind the black.
Yeah. I was playing the devil's advocate there for Floyd, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to tuck behind the black.
I mean, possibly if the brown wasn't there, yeah, I might see him going for that pot.
Yeah, that's what you got to gauge as a snooker player. Sometimes, you know, how many points are you going to make? Can you, get that black in? 7 points would be great.
Yeah, it's not really the 4 points or the foul points that he's looking for here. He wouldn't mind if Phil actually hits the red and leaves him on.
Yeah, that's what we've seen with kind of like the less stronger amateur players, because we do have foul misrulings in these events. Sometimes they're just quick to jump up and put the cue ball back where it was just to collect the points, but sometimes they don't realize there might be a relatively easy
Free
red with
ball.
colored afterwards.
Yeah, and I think this is very close to a free ball.
Yes, referee Cbsa had announced it.
He's a little short of pace here. Wow. You know, I had some troubles with pace last night against Mr. Williams. Of course, this is a different table. He just needs to get himself dialed in. He's not putting too bad, but really wanted to be a little bit higher up with the white playing the blue into the middle pocket.
great effort to try and develop that red. Really might be able to just nick off the red and come off that right and bulk cushion and get near. It seems like the pink is his favorite color in this frame. He's loving hiding behind it.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed today, Floyd's wearing that trademark red shirt, which he always wears when he gets close to a championship, much like Tiger Woods would always wear during a final round appearance in the PGA.
I think Floyd's a few years senior than Tiger, so I think Floyd was a trailblazer in that red outfit, and
Oh, for sure.
Tiger was following suit.
Yeah, Floyd's a man of many colors, but when he gets close to a championship, that red one comes out of the closet.
Yeah, all athletes, whatever discipline it is, do have a form of superstition.
Should make that with that foul a 9-point difference. Oh boy.
That red is slimly on to the green pocket. Phil would need to use the rest, so I think he's probably just going to get referee Etier to put it back. But good idea to at least come and investigate.
Well, he's got an option here. He could use the rest and yeah, he's gonna take it on. He's possible he can pot this red, Dave, but with the angle, he may be able to get that white right up next to the brown. But the way he's queuing it, I think he's taking it on. And he did. Very nicely done.
Nice side of the blue, too. Usually that's the wrong side when there's all those reds down at the top end, but only with the color balls left. Has a good angle to come up for the yellow.
And Roland, yes, I am at home, and Mr. Bernie is at the venue. And welcome Stevie Boy 007. Just never look at the
Just having
score.
an issue. Mm-hmm. Might have just been a little hiccup with calculating the free ball. It's a great technology, these tablets that the players are using, but some of them are not as familiar as others are, but it is the way of the future, so we can give updated scores to all you at home.
Oh boy. Phil looking for the corner.
A little premature pointer where the ball was going and a premature hand up for the fluke. Maybe it was a hand up for the apologizing to these. Fluked him into a snooker.
Yeah, I believe that was it, but the veteran got out of it quite nicely here. Got a great white on that bottom cushion.
Yeah. Phil could put him nicely behind the brown here.
Yeah, you just got to be careful where his object ball goes. So it's Phil Snake in the lead, 19 in front, 61-42. So Floyd does need the 6 remaining colors here in frame 1 of our first semifinal here at the CBSA Senior Snooker Canadian Championship. And while we have a brief moment, Dave, the other match currently in progress, Tom Zane Finstad, versus Gerard Morrison. Gerard leads that match 1-0, and he's up 21-5 in the second. So any significant changes there, I'll keep an eye on it for you folks. Of course, you can also follow along at cloudsnooker.com. And I do believe, Dave, that Gerard has the high break of the event so far with 94. Yeah, the balls aren't sitting too bad for Phil. Not so good for Mr. Ziegler here.
Yeah, Phil just needs yellow and green. And Floyd just missed a trick getting behind that pink again.
Wow. Great yellow with pace into the middle. Now, is he going to snooker himself?
Oh, it's pretty close. I think he's taken away the pot, though, unfortunately. I think he can still snick off that green. And good morning to you, Vineet Desani, tuning in from British Columbia. Hope you're enjoying this Championship Tuesday of the Seniors Canadians. Definitely getting excited for June 14th when Vineet's young son, Rian, is going to be battling out here in Toronto in the junior side of the NSL.
Yeah, looking very much forward to that event. The whole weekend is going to be jam-packed of incredible snooker. Got the junior event, the shootout, and then the major championship. You know, Dave, it's going to be a historic event with the largest payout. But more importantly is that trophy and the title, because there can only ever be a first winner. You know, we're going to have players, I think Renat might be coming down. Charlie Brown, be quite a few. So the competition is going to be high.
And do you know the other junior players that are going to be in the event, Rob?
I do not, but I believe the draws and outlines of the formats are going to be done after the Canadians.
Because young Rian Desani, the 11-year-old, is the reigning BC junior champion.
Yes, that's right. I saw your post.
Not sure who the Ontario junior champ is.
Well, if you're talking about current or reigning, that's two different questions. Because we don't really have a current one. And as far as I can remember, Dave, I don't think we've had an Ontario junior champion since 95.
That's
Oh boy.
almost as bad as what Cliff or Floyd took there. Um, um,
Well, Floyd can still just tie this frame, but Phil now only needs one pot on the green. You know, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have the white closer to the yellow spot to play the pot. He still might from here, but no matter which way he goes, he's going to be going into the block. I play a touch aside to avoid the block, and yeah, he's okay. A few touch and go moments here late in this first frame. Looks good. How's it white? Well, not bad. A little close to the cushion, but probably as good as he could have hoped for with that angle he had on the green. But he's too smart to play this pot. White behind the blue. Oh, didn't catch it thick enough. He's left it on, my goodness. Could be a mistake.
oh my!
Oh, and the white. You know, that's got to be one of
Yeah,
the worst cute shots I've seen Phil play this week. I mean, he had a few dingers yesterday, but that one there, he just cued right across it.
yeah, that's one thing missing your object ball, but then going in off and this late,
And well, Floyd can,
momentum can change so quickly
yeah, now Floyd
in
can
the
win.
sport.
Question is now if Floyd can get a good putt on the brown to get to the blue. The blue's on the correct side of the middle to get to the pink, but pink to black, questionable. Oh, how close is this? Not again. My goodness.
Yeah, this stage of the tournament, you can't just be gifting your opponent points. All four remaining players have the ability to put you in your chair for a while.
Yep. That foul there was big in the course of this frame. Phil only in front now, 14. So he actually now requires the blue. So perhaps a little bit of breathing room for Mr. Ziegler. Oh no.
But he's faltered there.
That's hard to see sometimes when your opponent fouls and brings you right back in the frame and you attempt a safety and leave it hanging.
Definitely thought about it. Where's this brown headed? Or like cue ball, I should say. It's okay. Off that brown.
Yeah, I mean, these look straightforward on camera, but when you're down on the shot, Dave, it's so easy to miss.
Yeah. Just trailing by 18. Can't be careless with this blue. Cliff or Floyd. Why am I calling him Cliff? Floyd could run out and force a black ball respot.
Well, I can't really see the double being played here. Now he's got a chance to get the white close to that black. Oh, and he's got him. Blue in the middle, pretty much, Dave. Oh, I'm not sure Phil can go up to that bulkhead cushion. Even Floyd had a look.
I think that pink just might take away the two cushion escape as well. To the left side.
Oh, he's going to need a lot of check siding here. Well, Floyd can win again. Now, will he take this on if that white travels? No, he doesn't have the right angle, so absolutely putting him back. Now, the spot of the white here is important. So if Savan, if it needs adjustment, the players will both agree, and referee, of course, will make that adjustment. It will be ever so slight, though. He's, you know what? He's got it pretty good.
But referee Etier will check with both players. If both players agree, they'll continue on.
Yeah, Phil wants it to be precise.
A 54th of an inch, Phil says. I've never heard that description of measurement. I've heard a 64th or a 32nd, but a 54th.
But Sylvan will have it spotted, and he'll move it a tiny nudge one way or the other, but he's pretty firm in his decisions.
Yep. Obviously, from the respot, you'll get all three individuals at the table to confirm and make sure it's all correct.
He's trying the same out.
All comes down when there's free balls and touching balls, and if a ball was hit or not. The referee will make his decision, and it is final. Obviously, you can discuss a bit after the match. And good morning to Albert Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, I believe it's over 55 is the age for the seniors Canadian. Yes, Roland, you're correct. He did well. He was referee today. Sylvain Etier was a player in this year's event.
This cue ball just come a bit short to being behind that black.
Yeah, he's got a good blue, though. Good object ball. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in, I'm your host, Rob Richards, alongside with David Burney. We are live at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, for the 2026 edition of the Canadian Seniors Snooker Championship, with the Open Championship to follow starting tomorrow, Dave, with the group stages. Wow. Moment there for Phil. He's now Floyd needs a good angle on this pink. And he's got it, Dave.
This will be a colossal steal. Floyd's been trailing all frame long. It looked like Phil was going to take it away, but some great patience and tactical play by Floyd. And he wanted it to run, as you can see, a little emotion. Swinging that cue.
Yeah, I mean, he may
Finish.
not be perfect on the block here. He's got a chance at it, but more importantly was to give himself a chance by putting the pink, and that's what he's done, really. Wow, well done. That's certainly going to give Mr. Ziegler a little bit of bounce to his step. Now leading Phil Snake 1-0, folks. Wow, good frame there from Mr. Floyd Ziegler. What an ending to that first frame. Oh, Floyd's got to keep that momentum going in his favor. Phil simply has to move on with the day and forget about that first frame. He had it. It was his to win. Unfortunately, did not. But this is a new frame, new day. Floyd's got him snookered on all reds. Phil looking to come off a couple of cushions here. He's got good pace. Oh, he's going to have maybe a touching ball. Oh, perhaps not. Floyd with a decent pass back to bulk here. Oh, just missed the other reds, but he's played it with a little too much pace. Not ideal, but it's not bad here, folks. Roland, yeah, John Windsor lost to Phil late last night on a block in the fifth frame. Wow, Phil's got everything moving there. My goodness. While we're in this moment, folks, let's have a look. Yeah, Cloudstucker still says Gerard Morrison leads Tom Finstad 1-0. However, in the second frame, folks, it's Gerard with a 67 to 30 point lead. So he's poised there to take a 2-0 lead in that best of five semifinal. A couple reds in the bulk end will change the course of action here. Floyd can get the white near that top left corner here, though. Oh, does he have coverage on the brown? It's going to be close. Feels right up out of his chair. So this pot apparently is on to right middle. Blue waiting to the opposite middle. Good morning, Vic Van Profit and Matt Keith. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Truly appreciate it. Well, Dave, I think we're on one of the one of the longer semifinals. As we see, the other semifinal is getting down to the business end of that frame. Floyd not in a great spot here. Can you see the red to right corner? He just might. Get this red, he will be in amongst them. They're going to swing out enough. He's going to need the rest for this block. Be a great shot to take on. Floyd, the left-hander. Wow, I was looking to come around the right side of this red that he nudged into. Unfortunately, didn't quite get there. And Mr. Roland Colburn, thank you so much for your support, sir. I truly appreciate it. There, Floyd only making 8, but he's keeping it tight. Phil Snake only with a 3-point lead early here in the second, 12-9. Phil looking to find that second gear. Another attempt, good attempt, close, but unfortunately did not go in. All going to see how Phil responds after that first frame. This red is on top right corner, just to the right of the blue. Slight draw. He's going to nudge the blue quite possibly here, so. No, he managed it well. Nicely played from the veteran Floyd Ziegler. Now he's on with another mid-range red here. It's red just below the brown, top left corner. If he rolls it through, he'll have the yellow or another bulk color. He's carried into the green, unfortunately. Slightly out of position. Does he still have a putt on? He's going to have a good look. Wow, That was just wow. A little wry smile on the face of Floyd there as he walks away from the table. Got everything moving there, and he's gotten away with one. Oh, right now, Dave, Floyd's in the lead now by 4, 16-12. That last one there was a bit of a swing from him on the green.
Yeah, definitely a cagey affair here. Very tight in this semifinal.
Yeah, I think this frame is going to be a bit of a methodical, tactical battle. Another player really wants to open up the bunch. Oh, he went for that red again. Similar shot to the red he played in the first frame that let Phil in. This time, he hasn't left it, except Phil does have the one to left center. Not easy when you're queuing on the cushion, though.
Ooh, big
Especially
flip
at
there.
pace, but I guess that's the only advantage of playing that at pace is you might get the double into the corner.
Yeah, 6 pockets on a snooker table. You never know where a ball will fall.
Oh,
Surprised he didn't step up there. There was a lot of feathering by Phil there. He's very consistent with his feathering.
he
Does it
is.
quickly a couple times and then sets and go. But that time he feathered a bit, felt like he was going to take the shot, then stopped and refeathered his routine. He probably should have stood up, recomposed, and then went at it.
I think Floyd was looking for a little bit more out of his white there. Didn't quite get into it enough. Still got the red in the top end of the table. You can play off. Keeping the game tight in the lead by 11. Not a significant amount.
Yeah, this red just to the right of the pack does go up into the yellow pocket. At a natural angle, he could slide over to be on the black.
It's close, but no. Well, Phil definitely has his hands full. Floyd is a dangerous man when he gets the lead. Even though he's only in front by 11. Oh, possible double. A double to nothing, really. Oh, we just caught the wrong knuckle of that middle. You know, I won't be surprised, Dave, if Phil takes this red on. I won't be equally as surprised if he doesn't. But the possibility is there.
It was a dangerous shot. Obviously, if he has missed that red, send it down to the top end of the tables. But with great risk comes great reward.
Yeah, but now where the white is, pink's thin. Blue is a lot more thin than where he's at now. uppercut it.
Yeah, being that thin, he's lost control of the cue ball, spinning around. And Vic Van Profit in the chat is asking if this is in the US of A. And no, this is the Canadian Senior National Championship here in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. A room called the Corner Bank, owned and run by John White and Jim White. And not only snooker tables, but they do have 8-ball tables in here. So always busy. Obviously, midday right here in Scarborough, it's not as busy as it usually is, but when we get into the evening, that's something players will have to contend with a little bit. Sometimes those pool matches with friends can get a little rowdy.
Well, this is going to get interesting now. The Reds are looking pretty good. So it's going to come down to see who makes the next mistake or error. You know, Floyd played that well. He played the pot, but he didn't put a lot of pace into it. Knew he'd have the brown into that right middle. But also he knew if he had missed, going to be generally safe. However, if Phil can find a red that goes, he can, well, he can pot them from anywhere.
Trying to will it away from that horn. You see that big leg kick.
Well, I think the red just to the right of the black will go. Unless the second one in front of him he can get to, but no, red to the right of the black. Chance now for Floyd. Well,
It's got a thin pink to the top left corner. Just a little put off by a spectator in the background. But Floyd regrouped.
oh, he's nudged the blue out nicely here. And not much Phil can do.
Yeah, just hope for a chance and be impressive run out here from Floyd. Just wants to increase his lead. Just hit this gently and hold for the black.
You know, I know he's a good rest player, but anytime you use the rest, it increases the difficulty, even ever so slightly. Especially where that white was there. He had a red into the bottom left corner. He had a red into left middle. Both would have get him onto a color. So I'm a little surprised he took the one with the rest on.
I'd have to agree. That's probably, he's probably thinking about that right now. And Phil's just got to continue potting balls just so Floyd can sit and stew in his chair.
And that's, yeah, I mean, he had the great chance for a 2-0 lead, which would have been huge. It's not over yet, however. You know, there could be a few more twists or turns. The only thing here is that Phil's now going away from the Reds. So he's got to manage his weight and pace correctly. Oh, he's done so beautifully here, Dave. Oh boy. Now, question is, does this red go?
Just looks just barely. Just Floyd taking a moment to tie his shoe. Doesn't want to trip over anything. Having a look at the score. It's up only by 3 points. 51 points left on the table. I don't think he was expecting to get a chance this early, but let's see what he can make of it.
Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Floyd was sitting in his chair wondering if he was going to get back to the table or if he had just lost the frame. But yeah, Phil was, made that one positional error. Oh no, would you
Ooh.
believe it? Twists and turns, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to snooker, where anything that can happen sometimes does, and this is just so unfortunate for Floyd. My word.
Yeah. Just seems on the outside he might just be struggling just a little bit with the pace of the table. I
Well,
think
right
Floyd
now,
would be able to
yeah,
get a handle on that in the first frame.
right now he just needs to get a handle of his rest on the cushion there. A little precarious. That's probably as good as he could ask for. Floyd leading 37-28 here in the second. 9 points in front. 2 reds remaining, 43 on.
And our friend Vic Van Profit in the chat just asking for noticing the Chinese taking over the game. Well, that all started with Ding Junhui. Once he won a tournament, was probably the first Chinese player over there. Actually, probably have to go even further back when Barry Hearn took a bunch of the players in the 80s overseas to China just at least to introduce the game. I think there was another sea invasion late in the 70s and the early 80s of the Canadian invasion. Lots of Canadians on the pro circuit, likes of Cliff Thorburn, Kirk Stevens, Bill Werbenick, Jim White, who is co-owner of this great room. That's really what it takes. If we can get, it's great to see that Sahil Nair, fellow Canadian, is over on the pro circuit right now, and hopefully the sporting networks in Canada can recognize that and potentially show some of his matches because that's what is going to inspire your fellow countrymen. You look over and say, well, he can do it. Why can't I do it?
Yeah, I believe back in, was it the late 80s, Dave, that it was TSN that used to broadcast snooker?
Yes, that is correct. That's how I stumbled across it. It looks like the sports network TSN, as we know in Canada, was just struggling to get their feet wet. New network on air, just was looking for any kind of sports to program, and they would. I can't remember what night it was, but it was a weeknight that they'd show a hour block of snooker. They'd show a century break here, a century break there, and then a tactical frame, most likely from the World Championships. It's good fun. I remember watching and being enthralled by the colors and this other little young Scotsman that was potting them off the lampshades, a gentleman by the name of Stephen Hendry. But then, unfortunately, the sport in our country, Rob, it kind of disappeared a little bit, and I went on in my career, and it wasn't until I went to see an artist talk with the English artist musician Brian Eno that said he wasn't much of an athlete, but he did enjoy a game of snooker from time to time.
Okay. I think now with the emergence of, you know, the IPTV and the web-based TV channels like Pluto, that, you know, is pretty much going to be the future of where snooker is headed. Of course, WST has their good app, WST Play, but for all other organizations and what have you, Pluto is a great venue that we've seen, or a great app to use, where we see the programming from the 900 has their channel. Would love to see some Canadian broadcasting out there as well. But this frame, Dave, is getting down to the business end. 35 on, one red remaining. Only 8 points in it, so another tight frame. Phil simply deciding whether he's going to go for this pot. Decided not to.
He unfortunately didn't get the snooker or anything dangerous for his opponent.
Wow, another good one from Floyd. My word. Decision time for Floyd.
Floyd's kind of like just a snake in the bush, just slithering around. You're not sure what's he going to do, and then all of a sudden he attacks ferociously.
Oh, he does have the brown to left middle, Dave, but if he pots it, I mean, great. He's bang on the yellow, but if he misses it, he's still going to give that yellow away. It's okay,
Just,
a little bit hard.
Yeah, just ran on a bit. He's going to have to go in and out of the ball to get back to the green after this yellow.
Yeah, just got to control the pace. Doesn't have to worry too much about anything else, really. Floyd swinging his arm, feeling it. Came up a little bit light, a little short. He's got a 15-point lead here, 25 on. So just this green and brown. Well, position Dave is not ideal, but he's going to have a go at it for sure. 18 in front now. That brown was for a 2-0 lead here, which would be absolutely huge for the defending champion Phil Snake to overcome. What a turnaround. Exact opposite of the first frame, Dave. It's Phil who requires the 4 remaining colors. You can always tell when Phil, after he hits the white, if he kind of swings his body over a little bit like we just saw there, you know that ball is going in.
Oh, this is a difficult blue to left middle. But if he's successful, he just needs to come out the cushion and out the pink into the opposite middle. Black's pretty safe, so I think Floyd can at least breathe a little sigh of relief.
It isn't a difficult position, but it's on Phil's correct side of the table, so if he gets good on the pink, should be able just to run that black down into the corner. Yeah, Phil not willing to take any chances there. He's got Floyd in a tough spot. In our other semifinal match, Gerard Morrison is in fact up 2-0 over Tom Zane Finstead. So Tom, with a lot of work to do, it's not over. Bonnie Gallant asks, how did Hugh, I'm assuming Hugh McCacker, do against Jason? I believe Jason won that match. I don't remember the exact scoreline, Bonnie, but I know Hugh has had a good outing or a good event. Unfortunately, Jason did defeat him.
Yep, for all results and standings, feel free to head over to cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. And a nice little pink here for Mr. Ziegler. Oh, I can't believe that. And neither can the audience.
Yeah, 19 in
Might have
front now. So one
just
snooker to
rushed it a
tie.
bit.
Oh,
Oh,
Phil
Phil.
looking for the angle.
Mm-hmm. Don't mind the cleverness right there. Unfortunately, your opponent needs a snooker. You can just run this over the cushion and by the pocket, and there it drops.
Well, there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Floyd Ziegler now leading defending champion Phil Snake 2-0.
Like in the Canadian tournaments, as we see in the Open and the senior side, obviously no player can win the match without a break. So as it is a best of five, Floyd with a 2-0 advantage. There will be about a 5-minute interval, and we'll come back with frame three and see if Floyd can perform the whitewash, or can the general coming all the way from Oshawa, Phil Snake, get back into this and get his first frame on the board.
That's right. But since they're on break, Dave, for our viewers' pleasure, we are just going to swing the camera over here. Just so they are not looking at a blind table. All right. So our feature match, Floyd Ziegler, Phil Snake on a 5-minute break, and we will be right back for the conclusion of that match. But for now, folks, we're going to keep you here. So please do enjoy.
Gerard just got to be mindful of these reds he's going over. Referee Patrick having a good look. Gerard up 2 frames to 0 in this best of 5 semifinal match over Tom Finstead. Tom, great history in this game. She has, I think, 50 or more maximum breaks to his credit. Tony from the UK tuning in. Thanks very much. Appreciate the kind words. I'm glad that you're enjoying the snooker action this side of the Atlantic. Well, Tom's got the pink, the 3 pockets. Actually faltered on that long red. See, I don't think he sold out that red. Just near the top left corner. Oh, there was a path for Gerard. Nice little flick. A little lighter. Just a bit too heavy. He is on the pink to the top right corner. Definitely like to be a bit higher. Stay in the business end of the table. Does have a long yellow. Be careful of that red he's queuing over. As you can see with his bridge hand. It just made it that much more difficult. And nice cut there. Tom. Nice little flick on the brown. Good angle on the green. Come back down table. Tom is trailing 2 frames to 0.
Yeah, I see Floyd has returned. Just not set for play just yet, so we're going to stay here for a few more moments, Dave.
And John Henry all the way down in Columbus, Georgia, tuning in from the Columbus Snooker Club. John, you'll have to tell us, that might be a site. I think it was last year, part of the U.S. tour. Is there going to be another event going on there this year? Definitely let us know through the chat.
All right, so
See
we're going to go.
Robin.
Sorry, Dave, we're going to go right back to our feature match.
And Phil Snake. breaking off. So yeah, hopefully that tournament does go down in Georgia. The Colorado Open that we were just previously commentating on was part of the U.S. Tour, but it was announced as an open tournament before it became part of the tour. So it was open to players from both countries here in North America, even probably even further beyond. I'm not sure if it ranged to overseas. I think it's just not allowing professionals to play, but amateurs are more than welcome. But
Yeah, it was a great event, that Colorado Open. Very well run. Mark Wilson and Matthew Herm. So looking for good things to happen there in the future, of course. Well,
that's it's a nice starter there by Phil. John, that's a little unfortunate news, stating that there is not going to be a tournament down there in Columbus, Georgia, a state I have yet to been to, but I am a staunch supporter of the Atlanta Falcons American football team. So someday I'd love to get down there to the Peach State.
well,
What is
Phil's.
the East?
Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
What is the setup, John Henry? He's chiming in from Georgia. Just curious of what they have down at the Columbus Snooker Club. So I'll let you make your comment there, and hopefully John can get back to us, Rob.
Well, I was simply going to say the Phil trailing 2-0. It's far from over. He's just got to go. If he can get the first frame on the board, Dave, he's right back in it. It's only best of 5, and if he can get this frame, gonna give Mr. Ziegler something to think about. But this is where Floyd usually turns it on. Look at this double, close, but not there.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot in the senior side. Players roared out to a 2-0 victory, and then the opposing players just got in and got that first frame to make it 2-1. And more often than not, they've steamrolled and won the next two in a row to steal the victory away.
Yeah, so this frame is going to be very interesting. See how Phil plays it out. He's in tough right here. Oh, it's not bad. Of course, that brown near the bottom right corner is going to hold things up a little bit.
Yeah, decent attempt there. Obviously, shot to nothing. It's got a nice cue ball. But Phil tight to that bulk cushion. A little pacey, but I think he might be all right. So, tactical affair here right now as both players are pushing reds to the right side of the table.
Well, this is going to be interesting. I don't think Phil has left a pot on, so
And just that one red on the left side. Floyd can clip off the left side, get two cushions up to bulk. But he might be a small little path for this red.
big shot to take on. Oh boy. Gonna need a bit of luck and won't get it. Phil with an opportunity here, but the colors aren't sitting ideally even if he pots the red. There's only really two colors he can play on here. Oh my.
And he might have been thinking about that color. That's a red Phil makes a lot of the time. So can Floyd capitalize on that mistake?
Oh, it's not all bad, Dave. Played it in a way where he's secured the white close to the top cushion. Very smooth there by Mr. Phil Snake. Tuck up behind the green, put Floyd in a little bit of trouble now.
And I've got some news to report for any snooker fans that are in the Toronto area, as we're just east in Scarborough. The great, the talented Bob Hargrove will be coming down to check out the tournament all the way from Fredericton, New Brunswick. Bob Hargrove, class act, great referee. He's
Wow.
retired now, just runs his shop, Ideal Amusements, but haven't seen Bob in about 7 years, and definitely looking forward to having a good laugh with Bob. He's just
Yeah, I believe
soul to
he
the earth.
got inducted into the Hall of Fame. Was it the year that it was at Master Q? I forget which year that was. Same year Jason won, I believe.
Sure, that might have been a couple of years ago. I know Jim White and some other people in the community are busy working with that society. Great to see.
Oh, Phil's got a good chance here. Going to depend on the spot of this black, of course, but there is a red below the black that will go. If it does spot, apparently it doesn't. Oh, that's going to work out nicely for Mr. Snake here in this third frame. Needs to score heavy here, Dave. Needs to keep the pressure on.
He certainly does.
Just low on the block here. Not by much, but just enough he can't stun down for the red into left center, but could just stop the white, take the spot.
He's not too happy with it by his facial reaction. No, my apologies. The black spot was uncovered, so black is going to go back to its natural home.
Wow. Rather surprised he took the one that was close to the cushion. It was close to the pocket, but more easily missable than one of the open reds that he could have played.
Yeah, the one that's just below and to the left of the blue spot. He did have the angle to run and be on the black into the opposite top corner, so
So
Phil's
here
got to
we
forget
go.
about that. But it's Floyd's chance. Good chance. Couple of reds out in the open.
And now that the black's available, it's going to be all up to this man. But like we've seen time before, there is a possibility that Phil will come back to the table. So he's got to be prepared for that. It's just a matter of when and how many points that he may be trailing. But Floyd's quite capable of putting in a sizable break here. Feels he overdrew it, a little too much speed, but he's still okay though. Plenty of reds to play on. Oh, what's he done there? I think he's out of position, Dave.
Yet not realizing that that red is just above and to the right of the pink. There's another red that's close to the middle pocket that's blocking that path. So the red just by the pink into the top left corner. It's a thin cut. I'll be able to control his cue ball greatly.
Well, see, this is that moment that Phil was preparing for. He's only down 25-18, so only 7 points behind. Not an easy red along the cushion, especially when you got to inject a little bit of pace into your white. Oh, he's played it well though. Nicely on the green to
Yeah.
left middle too.
Fortunate enough with that red, it was tight to the cushion, so just taking his cue ball and hitting object ball and cushion at the same time, and that object ball just hugged the cushion until it hits the bottom of the pocket.
Wow. I think that I'm very surprised. I mean, yeah, he tried to play the snooker and didn't get it. I'm surprised he didn't take the green on to left middle. Not much Floyd could do there, but look for the deep screw.
Yeah, that, I got in yesterday, obviously coming all the way from Denver, at the climax of that Colorado Open. But just watching some of the matches last night, I was kind of a bit surprised by some of the players electing just to play a bit more safe, not more attacking and going for some pots, which I felt that they wouldn't have been in too much trouble if they were to miss. But they're at the table, they're in control.
Yep.
I'm just up here trying to navigate through the frame just as best as they are and the viewing audience.
Well, I suppose if you don't feel confident on the pot, no matter what the pot is, your next best option is to play safe. If you have any doubts at all, then absolutely. But that green, it surprised me a little bit. There's been a few moments where I've been surprised by Phil today.
And not that I've seen either player really reeling right now, because sometimes that's what you want to do. When your opponent is feeling, you want to keep that pressure on so they go deeper and deeper into some snooker depression.
Yeah, but I think he's sending a signal over to Floyd not by not taking that green on that he's possibly not at his best, so this is where Floyd's going to dig in even deeper and make it that much more challenging for Phil. Oh,
Don't know if he's got the snooker there, but did well to use that blue and brown wall there.
that's been there pretty much the entire frame. Floyd can possibly nick this red. Oh, look at this red. He almost back cut it into the opposite corner.
Oh,
He's got an interesting play here. If he can possibly nudge this red to the bottom cushion, leave the white over top of the blue and brown. But I think he's actually playing the pot.
it's got to go though.
Yeah, no.
Mm,
See, I kind of liked him playing that to the bottom cushion, but leaving the white frozen to that little brown-blue wall would have made queuing very difficult for Floyd. Instead, he's giving it up.
yeah,
So I
the
think
door is open. What are you going to
absolutely
do, Floyd?
just going to worry about the two reds in the middle. I think the red by the pink will still pot into that left corner, as does the pink, which he can possibly get on from this red. And then from there, it's all in Floyd's hands.
Yeah, it is a little tricky. That red you alluded to, Rob just can't tell from any of the angles.
Oh my word.
Both these players, just when you think that they're in, they're going, and we're going to see a substantial break. They just break down. No, that wasn't not the easiest of reds, but it wasn't the toughest reds. We've seen Floyd pot much more difficult reds in this match. I don't think Phil's got the distance there on that red. This one looks like he's got the path for Floyd into the left middle.
Absolutely he does. Oh, here we go. Oh, I think he's covered the lower of the two reds, but Phil can. Pretty sure he can pot the one closest to the cushion. Just depends on how much angle he has, if he can get out for position on the yellow or brown. If he can leave the other red there without touching it. Yeah, nicely done. Had great angle there. I do think the pink will pot from this angle. And that will certainly open up this frame.
And referee Etienne just watching that green, making sure Phil doesn't touch it at all.
Oh, it's all up to this man, Mr. Phil Snake, defending champion. Winner of last year's event. Looking to continue this match and force a fourth frame. Now, I do know the final, I was told yesterday the final was slated for approximately 3 or 3:30 this afternoon. That might change depending on the length of our two semifinals matches today. Oh my goodness, Phil looking to nudge the red off the side cushion. Failed to putt the black. Big balls
Both,
miss.
yeah, both players have faltered on some, relatively easier pots.
But teapots though.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be interesting. Not much to do with the white position. Will be difficult unless he can run it through for get some kind of angle on the red in the bulkhead. Because I cannot see him playing this red up the cushion to that left corner. That's pretty much going to be Floyd's safety red at the moment. Leave it where it is.
Yeah, great long pot there. And
See, now he's got a choice to make. Back cut on the black or the blue. Neither one of them is going to get him to that red without significant action of the white.
gutsy and dangerous back cut black here.
Second chance. Oh. See, he's up 22. I kind of like just cinching the black for the points because he really wasn't going to get position and could have played a really telling safety from the last red. So 29, sorry, 22, that 7 would have given him a 29 lead. He would have only needed the red. Now he needs a red and a color. But I guess, Dave, when you're in the moment, you're in the moment.
Oh, wonderful long red there by Floyd.
Yeah, Floyd is definitely in the moment.
It's one thing that's helped him in this match is long potting.
And I think both these players, after playing for the last several days, long days, are coming back tomorrow to do it all over again in the open.
Floyd's thinking about the snooker off the blue behind the pink. They're taking the pink into the right middle. I like this shot. He might have the snooker there, and he also pushed that pink. Love to have it on the cushion to put it safe. As Phil trailing by 13 points. 27 on the table, would need that pink to at least take the frame.
That's right.
Oh, that's one thing. When you're in a snooker and you get out of it and you're putting your opponent in a snooker, it's not a bad shot. So referee Jay just taking a quick look. Phil just stepped away from the table just for a quick comfort break. Most of the time those do happen in between frames, but there is no ruling, obviously. Sometimes if you need to go, you need to go. Just to update, looks like Gerard Morrison is trailing 42-34 in the third frame, and they're on their colors, going against Tom Finstead. The environment here at the corner bank, you just kind of have to channel that white noise kind of feel. There are phones and hooting and hollering going on. It's an active room, not as busy as it will be tonight. Just gonna have blinders on. You got to be a horse in the paddock. Just see the shot straight in front of you.
Yeah, well, Floyd's looking to close this match out, 13 points in front. But will we see another twist in this match? You know, snooker is a game that's full of twists and turns.
Again, just a little short of pace. Just Phil hit the underside of that green. Pot is on, but just Floyd's got to deal with that green in his eye line. Kind of a little over it.
Well, he won't mind that nudge off the knuckle. Certainly slowed the weight down.
Oh, he's gifted him a chance now. So you see Floyd winding up the arm.
Yeah, you need two good pots and still requires the brown. Oh, somebody, I think, just walking by Floyd's eye line there. You see him look over it, quickly stand up.
And you're allowed to do that. You know, when you're down on the shot, there's no rule in snooker that you have to take the shot. You can get up, recompose yourself, go through your routine. As you said, it's a busy room. There's going to be a lot of moving and shaking. I'm kind of the mind, Rob, when you're in a pool room environment, if you're just walking and just continue walking, it's more of that walking and then stop suddenly in someone shots that really throws people off.
Absolutely. I've said that time and time again. What bothers me the most is when people stop because they realize they're in your shot. You're better off. I wouldn't mind so much, and players wouldn't mind so much if they just, like you said, Dave, just kept on walking through. Well, Floyd had frame match ball there, Dave, but didn't go. Giving a chance here for Phil. He's going to do well to get on the blue. Oh, he's on the wrong side. And it's heavy.
Yeah, if Phil was able to clear out that brown, it would be very impressive just looking at the real estate he needs to cover on these large 6x12 table.
Well, looking to hide the white behind the black. Does he have enough pace? No, I think he does. Nicely done, Mr. Snake. Oh, look at this. What a time for that. A little nudge off the paint, kept the white on that right cushion.
Ooh, just barely. That was millimeters away from a miss. Big blue ball here in this third frame. Lloyd like to whitewash his opponent here, but Phil Snake definitely needs this frame if he wants to be a back-to-back Canadian senior champion.
Yeah, but now look at the pink, David. It's off that right side cushion. More potable and decently positioned to get towards the black should Phil get on the pink. But first, he's got to contend with the blue here. First and foremost, he's got to avoid any double kisses.
Yeah, as I always like to say, double kisses are only good in France. They don't even do it in Quebec, which is our neighboring province over here in Ontario. But few times you can be fortunate with those double kiss, but most of the time they don't call it the dreaded double kiss for nothing in the sport of snooker.
Yeah, you see a lot of players do play that double kick when the object ball and cue ball are somewhat aligned and the object ball is nearest the cushion. Play that double kick and the white will come right back down the table. And the object ball, more often than not, stays in the general area.
Here Floyd's got a shot to take the right side of that blue, come off the right cushion and get near that pink.
Well, he's held the white nicely.
I guess he was going for the black instead of the pink, but still similar idea. But as you said, Rob, he's put Phil tight to the bulk cushion.
Phil, I think he's got to wait for his moments here. Oh, I don't think that was it.
No.
Oh, I think
It's not a
Mr. Floyd's got to go for this one, Dave.
yeah. It's not a gimme, but just seeing where the safe is, I can't see it.
The white's going right back up the table here. Well, we had Snookers require if he has a shot in the pink, and he does. This should be Floyd Ziegler 3-0.
He's done it. He's calmed the snake.
He's
He's
there.
dispatched him. 3-0 for Floyd Ziegler. He'll be moving on to the final of this Canadian Seniors Snooker Championship. It looks like Tom Finsett has crawled back into his match. He's got his first frame on the board, trailing Gerard Morrison 2 frames to 1.
Yeah, we're going to go over to that match right now, folks. And we'll have the score up there for you momentarily. But wow, what an effort by Floyd.
Yeah, I think either player could have won that. And it was just, I think, Floyd capitalized like on the long pots that held him in good stead. So he's got a bit of a rest, but it's nice to see they're both smiling after the handshakes and know that they just got beaten by the better player.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, both men are champions. And good friends. So that match was played in good spirits as well. Great sportsmanship between the two.
back here with our other semifinal match of this 2026 Canadian Senior Snooker Championship. Gerard Morrison has a 2-1 frame advantage over Tom Finstead. It's a best of 5, so Gerard just needs one more. And referee Kevin Patrick in charge of the table.
Okay. Kevin Patrick, referee on hand, doing a fine job here today, as he's been doing all week. Let's see if Tom can claw another frame back and force a fifth frame decider. Has he got enough pace? Just enough. So Dave, it's a bit of an odd angle here for this one with our camera, but we're getting it done. What a match from
Well,
Floyd.
this view just shows you how big these tables are. Filling that screen 12 feet long. If there's any pool players watching, if you've got a snooker table in your room, it's not a bad idea to have a few frames from time to time on the snooker table and take those skills over to the smaller table. You'll feel like a giant. Probably be able to take a few bucks off your friends.
And Bonnie, all the standings and stats and results and more, all available at cloudsnooker.com. Following the Cbsa Open Seniors link on that page.
Yeah, we are live on the OBSA YouTube channel. Got a good active chat. And as Bonnie has shown, asked where she can find all the standings, and Rob quickly answered. That's what we're here for. Give some great commentary on the match, but if you have any comments or questions, we have some seasoned players that are tuning in, some that are new that have just stumbled across, so feel free to ask, well, why'd he hit a color ball after that red? Well, that's part of the rules, but any newcomers might not be aware of that. So I will do my best detective work, everyone, this weekend. As you notice, Gerard either has one leg that he's sitting on top or both legs. Very interesting sitting position he has when he's not at the
Yeah,
table.
that's quite typical for him. Reminds me a bit of a flamingo of sorts.
You know, it's in an individual sport. Everyone has their own little characteristics. They all have their different dress as well. A lot of the players do like the traditional black and white that Gerard has. And we see Tom is dusting off the Johnny Cash look with all black. Floyd had his lucky red that proved successful in the semifinal. He'll be in the finals a little later on, going against the winner of this. Fortunate, a little bit of luck there for the Edmontonian. That shot by Tom. There's only that red left and above the pink, and you might just have to play a containing safety because coming back to bulk is very tricky. But he had a path for that red on the left side that was further down the table.
Yeah, he's done well. Tom has that red just by the pink there, Dave, to that corner. If he can run this through, black's available, but there's a lot of open reds down that end. And as expected, there is one on to the middle. Of course, in this situation with our camera view, folks, the players definitely have the better view. Well, here we go. Chance now for Gerard Morrison in this fourth frame, leading 2 frames to 1.
Yeah, can just stun draw into this pink left middle, hold for that red that's above the black. Ooh, he was already onto his next shot. Got a little ahead of himself, and maybe just that awkward bridging. He couldn't hold for that red.
Well, he would have been on the red to the same pocket, but he's got a little fortunate that the pink stayed there and blocked the path. So not much Tom can do from that situation, but exactly what he did do. Well, this is going to get interesting. The red that's on our screen, or above the black on your screen to the right, I think he can clip off it. Might be a red lower the bunch. Yeah, he's well spotted. Now, does he take this pink on into the middle?
It's just eyeing the potential long plant here, Gerard. Even the pot would be difficult, but adding a plant to it makes it even that much more difficult.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a tough spot. This could go really good, Dave, or really bad. He's opted for some something a little bit different. And well, that will play. Now Reds edges its way closer to that corner. It's going to give Mr. Finstad something to think about. He has a path back to the bulk end, but he needs coverage. And he's done pretty good, I do think.
Definitely a cluster on the right side of the table, prolonging this frame to a conclusion.
Well, that's right. But Gerard knows he doesn't want to go to a fifth frame decider. Because if it goes to a fifth frame, Dave, it's pretty much a coin toss. Especially with Gerard was leading 2-0. But Tom, another veteran of the game, will have the momentum. If he can capture this frame, of course, we'll have the momentum going into that decider.
Yeah, agreed. All the momentum would be on Tom's side if we forced a decider. As we alluded to in our other semifinal match, we've seen that player get that one frame on the board when they were trailing 2-0 and storm back to win 3 in a row to take the match. Just not sure if that black passes that red that he's close to. It's a tricky red, obviously, along the top cushion. Good to see some support for Tom in the chat. Bradley Garrison.
All right, so I'm just looking for a little bit of confirmation from our friends on the ground there, Dave, of when the final will start. I know it was slated for 3:30 this afternoon, but should this match finish, we'll find out soon. And welcome Demos. Looking forward, who's Mania 23. Great name there, but I'm just going to call you Mania 23 or Demos. Looking forward to your matches, sir, in the Open. Wish you all the best.
Yeah, I believe we have a full field going in the open side. Great to see. Might be even a little bit of a waiting list. Obviously, this year's edition of the Canadian Championship got a little bit of a curveball thrown to them as the World Cup of Soccer, aka football, moves into North America in about a week's time. Obviously, some of the players, but kickoff for the World Cup starts in about 11 days or so, I believe. So definitely when those matches get going, this room will be a buzzing. This is a great place to play snooker, 8 ball, 9 ball, grab a beverage or a bite to eat, or watch your favorite game. It's got some big screens with all sporting activities going down. Glad that you're tuning here on the OBSA YouTube channel as we're getting close to reaching the finale of the Canadian seniors side of the championship. Just a slim advantage for Gerard here, or I should say Tom, or Gerard, 12-9. That's fourth frame. Only one nice ball out in the open, right on the left side of the table. 7 balls to the right side. Tom did have something open. Oh, he overcut it. Did have a red into the middle. Oh. Tom didn't think he was going to come back to the table so quickly. Got excited that he actually spilled his water a little bit. Just lucky he didn't spill it on the table. Does this red go by the black? I think it's a little too close to comfort there for Gerard. Neither player wanting to give an inch to either. Oh, Thomas faltered there, so nice red for Gerard to get started. Not sure if he's got an angle just to stun back for the black into the same pocket. He does. Only issue is still a messy table. does look rather straight, so maybe a deep screw. Gerard could come back, come off cushion, maybe on one of those reds to the right middle, or even a long one down into the green pocket. Gerard's done well to not to pop any of that red out by the red, or by the middle bag, I should say, for a red. He's forced Tom to make a mistake. It's a thin cut. Find the path nicely. Could be on the pink. Still, there's 4 other colors as well. He might have a little angle on that pink to come off the cushion. Just taking a look, possibly is that red. Don't think that red passes the green, so gonna probably play for the red near the green spot.
All right, Dave. Sorry about that. Had to take care of some outside business, but we are back. See this match progressing along a little slow. They got things moving a little bit more than they were previously. But Gerard in the balls 24 to 12 in front. Well, 25 now.
Yeah, it's got an angle on that yellow. I just don't think the red passes the blue into the green pocket. And
No.
it is
Yeah.
whisker close for that red to pass the green, if it does.
Yeah, he's got to be a little precise here. Manage his white quite well. Oh, he's looking to come over this side, play the red, I do believe, into the middle. Opposite the green closest to Tom, but didn't quite get there. So Tom might be sitting a little easy right now. Not so straightforward for Gerard. So just element of safety here. He's got a good white.
True. Is there a path, though, for this red? To right middle. It's the only one that's sticking out. Tom gave it a chance, but he's fluked it into the green. Out into the yellow.
Well, those pockets. I mean, that shot is difficult enough, Dave. But when you're playing it at pace, at that angle, it's so easy to miss.
Yeah, not giving the jaws of the pocket any hope to swallow it up. And Gerard just bringing this red back to the cluster of 6 on the right side.
Yeah, these reds are not going to be open anytime soon. However, I think from my view anyway, Dave, I think Tom's going to have a pot here. He's only got to really worry about this one red, so I can't see him not taking it on. Look out. Oh, he's just okay.
Tom nominating the blue, but maybe switching up mine now to the brown.
Yeah, just getting that white close to the blue as he can. A little bit tighter would have been better. Gerard is snookering, I believe, but he's going to have to come off a couple of cushions.
Yeah, he should be able to hit a red. It's just where is that red going to end up in relation to the cue ball? Is it going to give Tom an easy starter? Tom's been around the game. Give him a whiff of a chance, and he can start developing red balls with ease.
Yeah, I don't think I can't see Gerard putting any pace into this ball, much like when you come off the side cushion into the bunch. Oh boy, he's missed that by a fair amount.
That's a free ball.
Oh yes. Yeah, Tom doesn't really have a good putt on here, free ball wise. Certainly we'll have a look. Oh, good chance now. It's more than likely going to go back.
Yep. So even
Oh,
Tom says free ball, and it's calling the green.
wow. I mean, he can't give up a red here. Oh, he's got to watch out where that green's going. Yeah, if that green had covered the white, Dave, as we all know, that would have been a no-no. Would have been a foul.
Yeah, when a free ball is announced by the referee, or even if there wasn't a referee, the players are to referee themselves. But both players would agree, obviously, if a free ball is announced. And when that happens, you cannot snooker your opponent on that nominated free ball unless we're in a situation where there's only pink and black left on the table. So, always a good idea to get that rule book. Our good friends at WST, head over there at WST.tv. That's WST.tv. And underneath the referees link, you can download a PDF file of the rules, or you can order a small little pocket sized book that has the rules for snooker, the snooker shootout, and English billiards.
Yes, very helpful. Well, I think that did not go Tom's way as expected. He's gifted at least one color here. He's going to do well to putt this. It's not as easy as it looks with the rest stretching a little bit. Still thought he would have putted that one. However, Tom will take it. Anything he can get, he will take.
Yeah, it's not the easiest of shots, but Ooh, just hit the horn and luckily dropped. But still, this cluster of four, slowly and surely, they're going to come onto the play in service. And as well, there you can see the bizarre stance, or sitting stance, shall I say, that Gerard has.
Wow, he's really got both legs up now. On a sitting on a pedestal. Usually it's only the one, Dave, but my goodness, I don't. I'm trying to picture myself. No, I guess he's more limber than we would have thought. Sorry, I just had visions of Mr. Tom Finstad doing that. Boy. Well, Tom's now within 5, but it's Gerard leading 27-22 here in the fourth. If Tom can keep this close, he's going to be in it till the end. And we might very well see that fifth frame decider that our fans of Tom would love to see. Oh, isn't that just a good little nick? If it weren't for that yellow, Gerard would have a good pot on. It is. He's in a spot of bother now.
Certainly seems like I think we're going to get down to the colors here. Just how this frame is seesawed back and forth.
Well, once again, folks, you are watching the CBSA Senior Snooker Championship semifinal from the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, on the OBSA YouTube channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It's me, Rob Richards, and David Burney on the comms today. And, we both had a busy few days with the Colorado Open. And Mr. Burney flew in from Denver last night and has now joined us, I believe, for the duration. Dave, is that correct?
That's true. I will be here for the climax of this tournament. Always the seniors and open side run back to back. So don't worry. Don't get snooker depression if you feel like it's all over when we crown the senior champion. We'll be back at it tomorrow to start the Open Championship. 56 total players looking to battle out. It's going to be group stages to start things off. You can go to cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com to see all the stats, and as well, all our tables are fitted with tablets. So if your favorite player isn't on the stream and they're in action, you'll still be able to see how they're doing with the live scoring feature on that website.
Yeah, they can also see the results from the groups, where they stand in the groups, high breaks. A whole lot of information is available. Oh, Gerard's having a bit of a tough time with this one, but I think Tom will definitely come to the table and take this red on now.
Yeah, Tom was happy to sit in his chair and let those penalty points accumulate for him.
Yeah, it's Tom now in the lead by 7, 34-27. And a red on. With another red open just under his cue arm there.
But he can't convert on the black. You can see the reaction there. He's about to stab his cue into the table there.
Yeah, I think he just moved on the shot a little bit. But you got to give it to both these players for hanging in there. This is the fourth day of play now, and they've been very long days with the group stages ending yesterday, starting on Saturday.
And Gerard's got a black with the left middle. Just concentrate on this. I just can't see any which way that he's going to be on a red afterwards. So just make sure of the 7 points. He'll be tied up. Well, he gave it a great effort. Sensational try there. Could have a cross double here.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I, from where I am, Dave, I don't know if you have a better view of where that second red on the cushion is. Yeah, Gerard's a little too smart. Got the snooker. Well done.
So nice comment there, Bradley, in the chat, saying that Tom Finstead lost in the Canadian finals in 1982. 1982. Talk about longevity. That was a good year for some Canadian snooker players, as I remember the 1982 Australian Open down there in Oz. In the final four, the semifinals of that championship, it had Cliff Thorburn, Kirk Stevens, Bill Wormanick, and Doug Mountjoy. So 3 Canadians and 1 Welsh player. It's nice to see that snooker is regrowing in this country. There's such a stronghold, such a vibrant scene in Canada with snooker way back in the 80s. If people have time, just take a look at a Wikipedia search of the 1980 World Championship when our very own Cliff Thorburn won it. Just look at how many Canadians were over there.
Yeah. Also, Bradley Gerson, thank you for your support. Truly appreciate it. Each and every time we go live, we got many supporters and followers, and very much appreciated for each and every one of you for joining us today. So thank you for spending your Tuesday afternoon with us. You know, it's great to get the tail end of this match, Dave, but we've got a final coming up later today with Floyd Ziegler waiting in the wings for either Gerard or Tom. And no matter who comes out of this match, it's going to be a heck of a final.
Yeah, Floyd's probably just sitting back enjoying that they're just grinding each other out. Love to see it go to a decider final black ball.
Yeah, sometimes that's true, but sometimes you just want to get on with it. You don't want to be sitting too long. I mean, you want them to play fast, but you also want them to get to that fifth frame decider black ball finish, so they're more mentally tired than physically, so that you are also not physically tired as well from sitting around. But I'm sure prior to that final, Floyd will get his Q arm going
That might
again.
be a foul.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
he didn't hit the red there.
Oh, Gerard's seemingly starting to falter a little bit. At least he's having a good laugh about it. Now, does he want it put back?
It's in his right, but I think Tom just said play from there. And Gerard's not going to falter a second time.
Oh, wow. I can't believe he actually took that on. That was a big risk when you're only 4 points in front and 2-1 down. That white could have ended up pretty much anywhere.
Tom's going to maybe be in a bit of trouble here. I just clip off the black and roll behind that green.
Oh, did he go far enough?
I don't know.
I think Tom might need a touch of right-hand side here. Might have to play this red off the cushion as well. Nabil Asmat, welcome. Yeah, and sometimes these frames can take a while, but both players giving it their best, especially when Tom was down 2-0 and he's violently clawing his way back into it. Sometimes you got to do, if you're not putting well, you got to rely on your safety game, which can, Dave, extend the frame a little bit longer.
Sure, just a little unfortunate that he's on the cushion there.
And Nabil, Floyd, and Phil. Floyd beat Phil 3-0. Everything is available, folks, on cloudsnooker.com. But we will keep you updated the best we can.
I know, I can just roll this brown in and be on the right side of the yellow into the left middle. But as we do see, it is close to the cushion, so that makes it a bit more of an annoyance. He's nominating the black.
Wow. That gives Gerard a 5-point lead going into the colors. Well, Tom's still in it with a chance. Still a possible 5th frame. And that's probably all he could have asked for, was to have a chance going into the colors, Dave.
Yeah, we definitely felt it was going to go down to the wire here. It certainly is fitting. See, Tom is battling for dear life, trailing 2-1. Gerard would like to get this done and get into the finals sooner than later. Battle out with a definitely highly decorated champion in Floyd Ziegler.
Yeah, I'm pretty much excited to see either of these two gentlemen play Floyd. It's going to be a good match either way.
Black has blocked the potting line for the yellow.
And can Tom get the snooker here, creep the white behind them? No, I don't think he did. Needed a touch more pace. From a player's view, I believe he can see the right edge.
Well, it's not safe, but it's a long pot here for Tom. Only trailing by 5 points, 27 on the table. No real safe color ball.
Oh, look at this. Absolute bit of fortune there. Tom going for that yellow previously, missing it by a fair amount. He's gotten, well, he's gotten quite fortunate that the green is there. I don't know, Dave. Could we see the momentum shift in this match? I know Tom's down by 5, but it's only 5. And the way the balls are sitting on the table, that 5 points really isn't a concern at the moment. Oh,
Big 7 points.
oh, he may have actually clipped it.
In the black, and Tom's thinking it's a free ball. Referee Kevin Patrick coming over to inspect. It was a tricky shot, but I wonder if
Yeah,
Gerard saw it coming off the left cushion and coming into that yellow. And if he had hit it, that green might have helped him and put it into the top right corner.
yeah. See, this is one of those situations. I don't believe it's a free ball because the green is on the backside of the yellow. Now you just have to hit both sides of the object ball, which Tom can do before he hits the green. But it's well within his right to ask the referee to have a look at that. Now the Blues run safe.
It's interesting that he is asking, because the only time really you can ask a referee a question is when you have ball in hand and you're in the D and you're about to shoot. You can ask, will you call a foul if I shoot from here?
Oh, he's hit the black again. Oh boy. What do we say about momentum, Dave?
It can turn around, and you've got to ride the wave when it's going your way.
Well, that's quite firm. Won't get the snooker, but Tom now in front with those foul points, 53-44, so that's a 9-point advantage. Big difference now. Tom only requires, well, the brown for a tie. Still needs the blue, of course, but yeah, Nabil Asmat, or sorry, David Putty rather, says there's a lot of very good rolls resulting out of putting misses. Absolutely, Mr. Putty, and from Canadian Q Sports Academy. Thank you for tuning in once again. Uh, but that's snooker. You get a lot of know, putting misses, but some fortunate luck. And I think it's fairly even, Dave, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, both have got the rolls. Both have missed. Both have potted. Definitely, it's fitting that we could go to a decider, but obviously Gerard and all his supporters don't want that to happen. And thanks again for tuning in, David Putty. Looking forward to catching up with you when you come into the room. Hopefully you can make a safe journey out. I know it's a little trek from Bradford.
Oh, where's this yellow going? Oh boy, look now. We're talking about luck, Dave.
And getting the rolls. There you go.
Jeez, my word. But like we said, it's been going back and forth. I think it's not going to come down to who makes the next mistake. I think it's going to come down to who gets the next lucky bounce or roll of the ball, as it were. Gerard's got Tom tucked to that cushion very nicely, very tightly.
Yeah, a little tactical battle now here on the yellow. It's got to judge this right to have both yellow and cue ball coming off that top cushion in opposite directions, and hopefully the green is the cover.
Oh, is the blue got him? I'm not sure. I don't think he has the snooker here, Dave. Perhaps you have a better bird's eye view.
Yeah, Kevin Patrick taking a good look at this. Tom as well. Yeah, I think he's just going to maybe need a touch of swerve. Oh no, he's going to come off top cushion. Some side.
Oh, good hit, but he's left it. Chance now for Gerard. First chance for either player, really, on this yellow.
Hmm. It's thin, but it should come down nicely for the green that he's just queuing over top of.
Yeah, he's got plenty of room there. But he's still got to be careful. Oh, didn't take it. Played the snooker. Good choice. Well, it's a straightforward hit, but yellow somewhat close to the brown. Tom's still going to be cautious, of course. Doesn't want to take it for granted. Of course, it's not always about the hit, Dave. It's about getting it safe. And Tom's done a fair job there. Tim Gooding, yes, says Dave. You can't beat a few rounds of chase the yellow around the table. Very good, sir.
All right. Who's going to catch that bee and put it back in the hive?
I think actually now this could be go time for Tom.
Yeah.
Gerard's not giving many chances, and this might be one. Once again, nobody's biting for the pot.
Kind of a surprise there because the yellow was all right. It was a thin cut into that middle.
Well, I do believe whoever comes through this match will need a bit of a break before they take on Mr. Ziegler in today's final, Dave. Oh, look at this now. Well, the only thing saving Gerard right now is that the green is on or close to the cushion, rather.
Oh, Tom just made the break, missed the breakout. He had a good angle to really push and hold for that green, but unfortunately gifted himself a long pot here.
Well, second chance. Nope. He's going to leave it to the middle. Thing is, how's the angle to the brown? Oh, and it's not bad for Gerard. Doesn't have to do anything with the white here, but pot the green. I mean, yeah, these ones are tricky being on the cushion like that. But he's
So what
played it
happens
well.
sometimes, yeah, with these long frames, when you get in those tactical battles, sometimes you forget how to pot, and then it's just a battle of wits who can just stay focused a longer. Sometimes a player, if nothing's happening, they can get frustrated and then make a careless shot.
Yeah. So 8 points the difference here. If he puts brown and blue, he'll be up by one. Pink will give him 7, so he still needs the block, Dave. But we've seen Gerard do this many times. As long as the question here is if he can get good position on the pink from this blue.
Now the natural angle's there to come off the bulk cushion. But the blue doesn't go. Or does it?
Oh no. Oh my
No.
word.
Eh,
Tom looking at the white. Tom shake a head. But he's got to be grateful of where the white ended up. I mean, when your opponent flukes a ball like that this late in the match that you're on the verge of being eliminated from, okay, they fluked it. Now you're hoping that he doesn't get position. There's no putt on here whatsoever for Gerard. He's going to do well to get it safe. Now, he did make contact there, so no foul.
Ooh, Tom. He
That's,
knows it.
yeah.
Well, Gerard still does need pink and black. Both players do. So this fourth frame coming down to the wire. But the advantage surely is there for Gerard. Is he's got a nice pink at the left middle. Obviously, he falters on the black. Tom can take the black and have a force of black ball respot. So a little insurance for Mr. Morrison. Tom's let off.
Yeah, this is not a nice putt. You know, I thought Gerard may have just cinched the pink. He would have had a long putt on the black, but at least he would have had a go at it. And he would have been up 7 points. Oh, here comes Tom Zane Finstad, folks. Knew he was not going to have ideal position, but he needed to putt the pink nonetheless.
It's black to push us into a deciding frame. It's not there.
Where's it going? You know, it wouldn't have surprised me if he had just pushed the black to the bottom of the middle cushion. Or to the middle of the bottom cushion, pardon me. Yeah, even I'm getting tongue-tied, Dave, with the excitement.
I think that's going to be Tom's final shot.
Yeah, Gerard's really got to focus here.
There it is. Handshakes.
Well
Gerard
done.
Morrison takes that semifinal 3 frames to 1, and he will do battle against Floyd Ziegler. If we stand by, everybody will just take a quick moment and we'll find out when that final is and we'll report back to you.
All right, folks. So as soon as we can find out when the final starts, we will put it on the screen and let you know. For now, just hang tight, stretch your legs. It will be an intermission, to say the least. As previously slated, the final was set for approximately 3:30 this afternoon. So we're just going to see if we can get confirmation on that. So stay with us, folks, and we will be back shortly.
Well, your wish is my command, Rob. I've just found out from our head referee, Kevin Patrick, that 3 p.m. Eastern Time is when the final will go down for the Canadian Senior Snooker Championship. So 3 p.m., this is your cue. Get something to eat, get a cold drink, and we'll be back at 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's just about time for today's championship final. Gerard Morrison, Floyd Ziegler. Dave, what do we think about this one?
It's gonna be exciting. Call your mother, call your father, call your brother, call your sister, and call those lovers. It's final time. Gerard Morrison taking on Floyd Ziegler. Referee Sylvain Etche is in charge. Uh, it's a tough one to call, Rob. On the outset, Floyd has definitely gone well deep in tournaments throughout his career, so he knows what it takes. He knows not to get ahead of himself too much. Uh, You know, Floyd's set to get us to break off here in frame number one. It's a best of five.
Oh, decent break. Quite typical, but good start from Floyd.
Yeah, I wonder if Floyd's just going to think maybe just he played on this table in his semifinal. Maybe just swinging with an extra little pace, just one kind of observation I think we both can agree on. We saw he was coming up a bit short on some shots in his semifinal
Yes,
match.
absolutely. Wants to
And we
miss
are
the
live.
blue.
We're live on the OBSA YouTube channel. The chat is open, so feel free to fire any comments or questions, your support for Floyd or Gerard, and let us know where you're tuning in from. Snooker's global sport, played in over 100 countries. Where are you tuning in? And even let us know a little bit about what the snooker scene is wherever you live, and we can pass that along to our viewers. I think sometimes, Rob, snooker's kind of in the background in most places, and people don't even know where to find it.
Oh, absolutely. Some clubs don't have many snooker tables. They might have maybe one snooker table, but the interest is certainly there. Like we found out in Colorado, at the underground, they have one snooker table, but there's quite a bit of interest in that area. Oh,
Yeah.
Floyd in first here, Dave. Oh boy.
You can't believe that. Neither can I. Commentator's curse?
Well, I don't know. He was waving like it took off a little bit, but the way he hit it, Dave, I don't think he hit it correctly, obviously, because it didn't go in. But nonetheless, early goings here in this first frame.
And how's Gerard feeling? He's got a great angle to go into the pack here off this black.
Yeah, if he can catch that red on the outer side, but he didn't. Yeah, well, maybe he can get to it from here. But there is a red at the bottom of the bunch. But there's another red on the right side of the bunch blocking the path at the moment. And again, he could go into the bunch, like you said, Dave, but there's still an open red available to him from here. Yeah, didn't quite get the right angle here, but I don't know. Does the pink pass the bunch? I think it might.
Oh, nice little opening by both players. Taking on some reds.
Yeah, it seemed Gerard was playing a little conservative there, not his normal attacking style of play. Because he had two great opportunities to go into the bunch there. He just chose not to. And out of position slightly. He still had a good putt on that last red that he missed, but oh, I don't think he hit anything there. Referee actually, Sylvain had to confer that he didn't hit the reds. And
Yeah, it's a tough job. You're on your feet the whole time as a referee. Got to keep high level of concentration.
Well, I expect Gerard to mark that foul, or Floyd to mark that foul in a moment. Score, Dave, should be 16-12.
Again, he's missed it.
Well,
That might be a free ball.
no, I don't think it is. I haven't seen Gerard mark. Well, he's got 2 fouls to add. Yeah, they're just conferring about the score now, Dave. Should be 16 all by my count.
Correct, with the 2 4-point fouls that Gerard submitted. And actually, Sylvain Etier, the first French Canadian to referee a world final way back in 2012. He did the World's Under 21 Championship in Montreal.
Oh.
So these players are in good hands. They're going to cannon into that black.
Yeah, he was trying to knock that red into the red closest to the left corner. Unfortunately, he's left it. Kind of a good news, bad news situation. Black's not on the spot now for Floyd, so he's going to have to go back up table. And that will do. And the red by the blue will go to that left middle. So Floyd doesn't have to worry too much about position. Just got to work his way off the top bump cushion. Doesn't want to go too far. Well, this is a good time for both players to be playing the final, Dave. As we know, the Open starts tomorrow morning, so they'll have a good bit of rest before that begins.
So Floyd not trying to chance anything, just taking his 6 points and running away.
Oh, we got a little luck, little fortune there. If he had hit that red in the left cushion full, it would have possibly been leaving a red on to the corner. Stevie Boy 007, who's cutting grass while he listens to us on headphones, wants us to make it as visual as possible. Well, we will do our best, Mr. 007. But thank you for tuning in. We've had some great viewership this week thus far. Showing great promise for the Open, Dave. Now, Floyd take this red on. That's not bad.
It's a tricky black, but he is on it. So he's going to have to pull out the spider. So for Stevie Boy, he's got to contend with the yellow that the Spider's nail while going over a red with the Spider to hit his cue ball into the black into the top right corner. Hopefully that paints a good picture for you for Floyd's shot.
Yeah, oh,
And he's
he's
successful.
done well there. A little precarious, so just cinching or securing the 7 points. Floyd Ziegler in the lead early in this match, 30-16, 14 points up, Dave. Nothing on here, so just gonna try and get past the bulk line behind the green and brown. So Floyd quite happy with nickel and diming his way through this frame. If that's what it takes to get the win, sometimes that's just what you got to do. Floyd's got a very good safety play game too. We've seen him on many occasions where he's not putting well, but his safety game keeps him right in the match, and more often than not, he wins the match because of that.
I think that's what you see sometimes at the beginning of matches when you're not fully warmed up. There's a lot more safety shots just to get that back arm going. Both players exchanging a shot to nothing.
Yeah, like I said, this is a good time of day for these players to be playing the final, not only because they're going to get a rest before the Open tomorrow, but because it's relatively quiet at Cornerbank at the moment, so not too many disturbances as if it were later in the evening. Oh, Floyd sneaking one in there.
And luckily not to go in off with this cue ball.
Yeah, but even if he had, he'd lose 4 points, sure, but he wasn't leaving one on. So this is where Floyd's digging in. He's a smart player. He loves, once he gets the lead, Dave, you'll see him do what he just did. Pop a color on a cushion. Now, is there the 2 reds there? Are they lined up for that corner?
Certainly is close. Tough to see from this angle. And it looks like there may be a little gap between them. So if it doesn't go straight in, maybe there's a bit of that space. I think Troy's just going to flick off it, get 2 cushions, possibly even 3, back to the bulk end.
Yeah, nicely done. I think 2 reds were just offline with the pocket to the right cushion.
Yeah, avoided that blue nicely on that safety. I think he's got the angle. I think he can get past the blue on this red to the left side of the table. Problem if he misses it, he's really given a great chance for Gerard to get in.
This could be an opening. Oh boy. Well, he's granted Gerard Morrison an opportunity. Now, he would ideally, if he can pot the red directly below the black to that right corner, I don't think he can get to it because the other red next to it, though, there's still 2 reds that will go to right center. but Floyd's made this table tough by pushing the colors to the cushions. We'll see if that works to his advantage. He's only holding on to a 15-point lead here. You know, Floyd working towards adding another title to his resume or CV.
Oh, that might be a big miss by Gerard. Well, he's got the red underneath the brown. Yeah, he's got the red left of the black. Very nicely done to hold for the black. Can come through and have that red below the black. So this black falls into the top left corner. Oh, and the first frame is kind of a little messy. Only one color ball on its spot. For the 6 color balls, relatively safe. Blue's nicely open, and brown, as I mentioned, is on its spot.
Yeah, that was tricky. Trying to catch that red super thin. I don't know. Can't let him shoot for here. I think he's got to put him back.
Yeah, and that's what Gerard's motioning to referee Etier.
Yeah, because from here it's an easier out, and if Gerard were to take it on, he'd be opening up the reds for Floyd. So
All right, second attempt.
Savannah just conferring with the players about the spot of the green. That seems just about right. Of course, second time's a charm for Floyd.
Yeah, if he was falter on the second time, the referee would warn him. If he was to miss a red for the third time, it's a frame concession.
might use this red thin. No, I thought he was going to go the other way. Try. Almost got it second time in the middle, but I thought he may have tried to play it thin into the right corner. Naturally, main objective getting the white to the bulk end. Um, those usually try and overcut, so if you do miss, it comes back onto the bottom cushion. So he could have left it on, but he's gotten a good rub.
Yeah, it's just the first frame of the final best of three. We're here at Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, just east of Toronto, 925 Warden Ave. Drinks are cool and the meals are hot, and the snooker action is top shelf. So come on down and say hello.
Yep. And yes, Kevin Clancy, this is the final, and thank you for tuning in once again. This is Rob Richards in the booth alongside David Burney joining us once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be here for the onset and the beginning of the Open beginning tomorrow. As I always say, Dave, from the first ball to the last ball, if there's snooker action going on, and if I'm able to get it with our cameras, we will do so. So
Yeah,
thank you everyone for tuning back in.
it's a great place to be if you're a fan of Canadian snooker, as I'm pretty sure throughout the week coming up, snooker royalty will be here. 1980 world champion Cliff Thorburn scheduled to pay a visit. The great referee Bob Hargrove, Jim Weich is in the building. Obviously, he's the co-owner of this room. And you never know who's going to step in to the room. Maybe even the ghost of Bill Werbeneck might lurk in the shadows. Certainly enough drinks for him in the corner bank.
Well, I don't know. Put that to a test. Those were the days when players would have a cigarette and an ashtray and a beer at their table while they're playing. A fine player Bill was. But right now it's Floyd and Gerard. First frame, folks. Colors are where Floyd wants them. Definitely not where Gerard wants them, but you know, it's only a 17-point difference.
Yeah, it's interesting. I had this distinct pleasure of chatting with 1986 world champion Joe Johnson when I was over in Sheffield this past year. And I remember hearing the myth of Bill Werbeneck having a drinking competition with a gentleman, and I can't remember the gentleman's name he was going at. And Joe perked up and says, I was there. Yes. Bill, they were on their 45th pint,
Oof.
and Bill's opponent was rendered unconscious. And Bill drank his 46 and abruptly said, all right, now let's go to the pub for a proper drink.
Wow. My goodness. Oh, that could be a mistake by Gerard.
But you definitely see even amateur and the professional players, they're spending a little bit more time on health. And I just wonder if that's why the class of 92 has gone so far. The likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, and Mark Williams still in their 50s and still on top of the game. Just like Floyd. Floyd's, no young pup. He's been around the game for many years. He's in the final here, and he still could be in the final of the Open as well.
Well, he's done that before. Gone back-to-back finals. Like I alluded to before, Dave, when he does good in the seniors, he tends to do well in the Open. But the Open is a whole different event. It's a different animal altogether, really.
True. How many in Canadian snooker history have won the double dip, have won the Open and Senior Championships in the same year? Here's a trivia question for everyone watching at home. Try and give a stab at it before you use Wikipedia or a Google search.
That also includes ChatGPT and any other AI platforms. Otherwise, people would come back with the answer saying, "Hey, you didn't mention this or you didn't mention that."
Yes.
This frame is going to be a slow burn to the finish.
Nice to see our good friend John Robertson tuning in all the way from British Columbia. Hope you're enjoying the Canadian senior side, John. Hopefully someday you can make it out into the senior and open championship. John, a very strong player, goes deep in tournaments that we run out in British Columbia, and is not a bad golfer as well. Yeah, it was flowing nice at the beginning of the frame, and now it's just kind of come to a grinding halt here.
I think that's Floyd's game plan: get the lead and put some colors on the cushions, and he's managed to do just that. But like I said, right, he's only up 18 points. However, the way the table sits, that's a decent lead, Dave. I mean, nobody wants to just pot yellow balls. Oh, look at this.
There.
My word. Saw that one coming.
Mm-hmm. And coincident enough, he's on the yellow ball.
Or blue if he wants to be adventurous. But, you know, where he's sitting, he's got a great angle, as you just said, on the yellow. He could possibly get into those two reds or take the blue with the rest and get into those two reds. Or more than likely just cinch the points value here. Or put another color safe. Wow, Floyd's really digging in. See, I mentioned earlier Floyd's safety game, and he's a great thinker. He's going to make it tough for you. He might give you a red, Dave, but when there's no colors available, it's going to be difficult to put any kind of break together. It's going to be difficult to get a snooker. And, wow. It's only 19 points, but right now this is going to be a little bit of torture for Gerard.
And it also does have to be maybe a bit difficult because, sure, maybe Floyd might force his opponent to take on a risky red and pops it out, but then if Floyd gets an easy red, where's his color going to be afterwards? You want to put a decent break together.
Well, that's
You don't want
exactly
to,
right.
a lot of us, low key players usually have the terminology of "I'm going to one you to death," pretty much just taking reds and missing colors.
Right. That red there was so difficult to get position. He had an opportunity to play that red into one of the other colors on the cushion and possibly bring it into play there. Don't really know where the red would go after that, but it was a chance I think he's got to take because Floyd's doing, or he's quite happy with where the colors are. And, well, this could be another color on the cushion, Dave. Wouldn't surprise me. Yellow straight to the top cushion or side cushion. Yeah, Gerard's going to have a very tough time here. I mean, 20 points of difference, but he's in trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to get back into it, but hopefully he can nip here and there.
Well, that'll help slightly. Pink a little bit more available, but now it's also available for Floyd. Oh, Floyd's not happy with that one. Raise a hand, knows he got fortunate. You know, a player's not happy with their shot is if they get up immediately as soon as they strike the white and they don't even watch the shot or the outcome because they already know it's not going to be good. Yeah, like I said, the end of this frame is more like a slow burn.
Well, now has Gerard forced Floyd to make the mistake, and can he capitalize?
Well, he's got tough cueing on the red to left middle.
But I like him taking it on. He's got a brown and another open red.
Yeah, but you know what? I think he's on the pink as well. But brown, a little bit easier for position, of course. Oh, he's played that, left him an angle to get back on the brown again. Now, look at where the red is sitting next to the blue. That's obviously it doesn't pot, but there is a good chance for a snooker there. That's why he's come down for the pink. Wants to be lower. He's just there, Dave.
I think, yeah, it might be just a bit straight on it. Just a little tough to tell. Yeah, if you had a few more rotations, the natural angle, obviously, off that pink would take out towards that red, and maybe he could develop it a little bit. But as well, it's a great chance for a snooker behind the blue.
Well,
So it's good stuff by Gerard just to inch back into the frame.
I mean, the snooker is still there. It's just not as straightforward. He's got to be careful with his pace. He's only 8 points down now. He's worked his way back into this frame that Floyd has tried to make it as difficult as possible. I don't know about this one. Floyd made a few of these earlier this morning.
Yeah, that might have been the difference in that semifinal, that his long potting was on, and Phil Snake, unfortunately, wasn't there.
Yeah, and that sometimes can be the difference between winner and loser. It's such a small percentage, and both of these players are very well matched.
You know, Gerard might be able to, if he can avoid the red cannon into the yellow, Might be able to get pink to hide behind with his cue ball coming out the top cushion.
Oh boy, that was close. Now can Gerard? Well, you know what? It's a bit of a back cut. I'm unsure if he can get between the red and blue to pot the red. And even if he pots the red, where's the white going to end up? So it may
Yeah.
just play off the red, get the red to the bulk cushion, white the opposite end, or vice versa. Oh, he could get the angle.
Yeah, always those cutbacks are a thin cut, so you're gonna lose control of the cue ball. Yeah, that's a good pot there. Seems like Floyd does like those cutbacks. Fortunately, went full in the face of the pink there. Would have liked to come off one side of it to put it on a potting attempt. What do you think of this blue? Does he pot it, or
Well,
does he use it to get behind the brown?
you know, he could take it on. He's got a decent angle to pot the blue, get on the yellow. If it misses the pink,
Floyd has got some good pots. I wonder why sometimes. As we saw earlier, that he was just pulling color balls straight to the cushion. I don't know. He really could take the frame by the threshold.
yeah, I mean, he passed on a green to left center when he had the pot and could have got on another red, but he chose to push it to where it's actually still sitting on the left cushion. But we all know Floyd has a method to his madness, and I'm not about to start diving into that brain. But he's got a reason for everything.
Yeah, at this stage of the tournament, there's no careless shots being taken on. That's why the players are just taking maybe a few extra moments just to make sure they know exactly what they want to do. Well, at least the black is there to be a nuisance in Floyd's vision. This yellow does go into the green pocket. Ooh. First, I thought he was going to be unlucky. Then I thought he was going to be lucky, but unfortunately, he's now unlucky.
Yeah, just working on camera being a little slow. We got some network issues. So we'll keep calling the action as best we can. And we will. Should sort itself out here in a moment, Dave.
It's a great time to come on down to the corner bank here in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. That's the site of this year's Senior and Open Canadian National Championship. Good audience intently looking at this final on Tuesday afternoon. You probably see a few more players entering the room as the Open Championship is starting tomorrow. Some players wanting to get a little bit of practice. Some out of towners might want to get a feel for the table. You're not going to find your form on the practice table at a tournament, but at least you can just get the flow and get a little feeling of what the tables are.
That's right.
No table's the same, and the really great players adapt to the irregularities of different tables.
All right, so viewers, um, we are experiencing just a little bit of buffering. So you might see a little bit of stuttering. Working on it the best we can. We are at the mercy of the internet source, of course. Made a few adjustments, and I'm just waiting for a few moments for those to funnel down.
But that was a great touch shot there by Floyd. Came off the green and full ball snooker for Gerard. Don't want to date myself too much, Rob, but I guess with the stuttering, is this what we're experiencing? Some max headroom snooker?
Oh, yeah, it very much could be, but usually it sorts itself out, but it just depends on the internet traffic right now.
And if anybody can get that reference, come on down to the corner bank and maybe I'll buy a cool drink for you.
Oh, I think you're going to be overwhelmed with people coming down to meet you now, Dave. It's okay.
True, it is.
He's got a tab, folks. He's got a tab.
Sure, I forgot that this is the seniors championship.
Yeah, good thing Bill Warburnick's not around, unfortunately. Might have to break out the gold card.
I didn't say I was going to pick up anybody's tab. I will just maybe a nice cool drink. And water is always very nice and refreshing on a hot June day.
Oh, I would have said a lumberjack float. It's a glass of water with toothpicks on top.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, lumberjack float. Yeah, this is quite odd. Okay, I'm gonna have a look at a few things here, folks, and hopefully, in a few moments' time. Yeah, because we're not seeing any errors.
Where's this green going to end up? It's just run on a bit. The pot is there. It's tricky with his cue ball against the top cushion. Gerard only trailing by 16 points in this first frame of the 2026 Canadian Seniors Snooker Championship. And he's missed that on the bad side. Floyd will be kicking himself if he's not able to take the first frame here with this opportunity. Unbelievable. He's fortunate enough. Obviously, he's got the snooker behind the blue, but he wanted that green to go in, now the brown and blue, and just go, thank you very much. So the frame continues. Sometimes when you play so much safety, you forget to learn how to pot. Well, it's tricky beyond the cushion. It's going to be tricky for Gerard as well. Less severe of an angle. Both players just have a smile towards each other.
All right, so we've made a few adjustments, Dave. I think we're just going to have to ride this out.
Well, it's been a stuttering final on the table so far, so maybe if they could pull up their boots and be a bit more swift and put some nice high breaks together, the stream will calm down and be a nice fluid experience for the viewers.
Yeah, I think we're back to somewhat normal. Might see a little skip here and there, but I think that stuttering might be resolved.
It's a good chance for Gerard. Come off the cushion. Have a good angle on the blue to come down for the pink. Obviously, he's got to get the brown in, but right now as he's standing, mapping out his game plan, but he's down on the shot. It's all systems go for the shot in front of him. Doesn't want to get ahead of himself. As we see, that's when they falter on the pot. You know, most players playing that grinding form of snooker, just not wanting to risk anything, or forcing their opponent to make a mistake. Interesting. It goes for the pot there, but previously on the last brown, Gerard, I think is a little easier brown. He didn't take it. It's definitely a double here. Is on for Floyd. Sometimes these players got to remember the opponent does have to make the pot. Sometimes the pot is not as easy as it looks. Oh, Mr. J1069 is pulling for Jeff Kennedy to win. I see actually Jeff is in the room. Having a little sparring match with the semifinalists on the senior side, Phil Snake. Yeah, Jeff, and I think Jesse Fox. Those two are my kind of pulls possibly for the dark horse on the open side. Had a good conversation with Jesse last night. He was letting me know about what goes on with snooker in the capital of Canada, Ottawa. He's thrilled to show me he's got his table set up in his house and looks like a very nice table he's got going there. Thin brown here for Floyd. Was tough, but I don't mind him taking it off. Obviously, he hasn't given anything easy. Thank you, Mr. J1069. Yeah, everyone is doing well today. Obviously, we only had 4 players left in the senior side. I think all the open players are feeling quite happy right now. It's the day before a big tournament. They've done all their pre-match routines and looking forward to getting into action tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I'm really looking forward to this year's event. I do every year. Only been played in one, and I actually lost my first ever match to in the Canadian Championships to Jason Williams. So
Strong player.
good fun.
Yeah.
But
He was the 2024 Canadian champion, correct? Over at Master Q.
no, I think that was a couple of. I think it was 22.
Because he was battling Floyd Ziegler in the final, correct?
Correct.
What a brown that was. Just when you think, these guys are going to need a gimme to pot to get that brown in, Floyd comes with a miraculous brown down the left cushion. Comes back with a blue. And the snookers are required. These pockets become like buckets. So Zeker takes that first frame by a score line of 65 to 37 and has a one frame advantage. It's slim, but it's important to get that first frame on the board early. And we'll see what happens when we come back with frame two.
Yeah, that was Floyd's frame. Played exactly how we wanted. And in reference to Jason Williams, it was back in 2023 and 2022 it was Vito Puopolo. So that Jason Williams won it in 23, defeating Floyd Ziegler 5-1 in the final. That was the year that Floyd won the seniors championship. So thank you to ChatGPT for finding that information for me. Could have searched it on Google, but they work a lot faster. Oh, I gotta tell you, that was a rather lengthy frame. My word.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to
Yeah,
say,
it actually.
yeah, Bever the there was still close to an hour.
Yeah, back in 2024, it actually was Master Q owner Hui Gao, also goes by Carter Gao, that won that championship at Le Ban de Coin out in Montreal. I know they've had a little rough go at Le Ban de Coin, had a little accident over there, a little bit of fire damage. Hopefully, they're rebounding nicely. A great venue. They're there also for the 2024 Pan Am Championships. Oh, a nice long red to get Floyd started in this second frame. He's rather straight on this. I don't know if he can go into the pack. Yeah, Floyd definitely is aware of the speed of this table. Put Gerard nice and tight to the ball cushion. This has got to go. And Canadian snooker rules at this and the Open tournament. A player in the knockout phase can win a match in one session. So if Floyd does go up 2-0, we will have a little interval, 5 to 10 minutes. But Gerard looked to put a stop to that little break. Like to get his first frame on the board right here in the second frame.
Well, Vile Kangaroo is a fan of Gerard Morrison. Also, he's a fan of Wu Yiza. So, in good company there.
Yeah, Wu, not a bad player, that's for sure. The reigning world champion. Do remember seeing on, I think it was a YouTube series that Alan McManus hosted called Make the Break. It was just documenting young and up and coming players. And I remember seeing Wu on that program. I thought, this guy, I think, has something.
He might have a little bit.
Um, I was kind of excited that he was in the tournament because he's got a good beauty. And I go over to Sheffield to take photographs. So I was happy that I was able to have some time to take some photographs of Wu in action. And got even more than I thought since he became the winner.
Well, I think Floyd's going to employ the same, quite possibly employ the same strategy here if he can. Get a little bit of a lead, 16, 24 points in and around there. And then we might see him start knocking balls to the rails, the cushions again. But Gerard really didn't do too much to get the colors off the cushions, did he? He kind of went along with Floyd's game plan. You know, Dave, he had a couple of chances where he played safe off a red where he could have played the red into one of those colors.
And Vile Kangaroo 5068 was asking were you at Sheffield to watch the final? And I was. I wasn't in the auditorium at the
You,
time when he made that final shot to clinch it, as the setup for us photographers is a little different than years past. But as soon as Wu won it, a bunch of us other photographers zoomed onto the floor and were able to snap some photos with that young man hoisting that trophy high above his head.
yeah, if you actually go to the WST Play app and replay the ending of that match, you'll find Mr. Bernie with his camera
Oh boy.
in what they still call a media scrum.
Kind of, yeah, a little bit. I guess.
Everybody looking
Um,
to get the best shot.
yeah, if you're a snooker fan, there's no better place to be than late April, early May in Sheffield, England. The city's buzzing. You're going to run into a bunch of like minded snooker fans, and you might possibly run into a player or pundit, commentator, or just snooker personality here and there. And they're always generous with their time, willing to take photos and sign an autograph.
Matt Keith, you're absolutely right. Frederick Street Billiards, and they have played Floyd's old room where Morrison resides when he's playing. And Vile Kangaroo, Dave, asking, was there an after party?
Yes, there was. It's
Can,
kind of like their celebration, the end of the year. It's the only really tournament that does have a big after party.
like a rap party kind of thing.
Pretty much so, yeah.
See, I'm not into movies, but I know the terminology.
It's a long grind of the 17 days. I get there just at the climax, close to the end of the second round. Just I don't have a money tree I can shake just yet to afford to be there for the full run of the tournament. You never know, someday down the way. But and I think I was telling to our Colorado fans, if you're gonna go, get a session that finishes, but also get a session that doesn't, just because you can get a lot of snooker. Because sometimes we see that sessions only play one frame. Or even our good friend, as mentioned, Carter Gao, he went over last year, and Zhao Tong beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the semifinals with a session to spare. So in that session, Carter and his son were entertained by the 1985 finalists, Steve Davis, I should say, and Dennis Taylor. Not sure if anyone's keeping up on the headlines of World Snooker, but something is happening this year that has not happened. Are you aware, Rob, of what's going on the World Tour?
Not so much, Dave.
Well, it is a tricky one. Uh, Mark Davis, unfortunately, has failed to qualify to be on the tour. So,
Oh,
for the
yes.
first time in 99 years, there will not be a Davis surname in snooker.
That is right. I saw something pop up on my feeds the other day. Yeah, wow. That's a very interesting stat. Wow. You know, Dave, when I mentioned a slow burn at the end of that last frame, I think that slow burn is carried over to the start of this second frame. Just a little bit.
Yeah, these guys have been around the game for quite a while, and they really know how to grind it out and tie each other up and really give them a lot of headaches. Obviously, as you get older, sometimes the eyesight gets a little worse. As you can see, Gerard's wearing those trademark Dennis Taylor glasses. But yeah, there's Floyd doing it again, just making a few points and then
Yeah.
not really taking on a color afterwards.
Yeah, a little surprised, really. But on the other hand, he's only got a 10-point lead. That's really nothing with these two players. But he is making it difficult here for Gerard, possibly frustrating him a little bit. For Gerard just can't seem to get in, and Floyd's really not giving him any chance whatsoever. That tells you, well, it tells me one thing, Dave, is that Floyd's out for the win, plain and simple.
Nice plant that he spotted there. Something tells me a color ball is going to go safe.
I have that distinct feeling.
Not sure who he said there to referee Eche, but he definitely had a smile on his face.
Well, if he plays the yellow, he can hide the white behind the red nearest that top left corner and hopefully get some coverage. Because whatever he's going to do here, there's reds that go left and right. Yeah, that's exactly where he's looking now. Let's see if he can manage it. He'll do well to get there, though. Oh, he played off the blue, got the blue relatively safe. Well, I think our feeling was pretty, pretty close to that, Dave.
True. Usually we're used to seeing players prove us wrong, but Floyd's starting to be a bit predictable in his playing style here in this final. Robertson get behind the brown there. I think he's giving Floyd a shot to a red to the left middle. I don't know, is Floyd's other job working for the government? He sure takes a lot of cutbacks.
Huh. Yeah, but once again, he's making it difficult. Only 12 points in front, but he's this frame is. I think we're about 15 minutes into this second frame now, and he's stopped Gerard cold from potting anything. Plant. Oh wow, great effort. I mean, the black's still available. It's in the top end as we see it, but it's still there.
Yeah, don't mind Gerard taking that on. Where his cue ball ended up. Did look like he had an angle on the brown to come back down table. But unfortunately, unsuccessful. Oh, but as he baited Floyd into taking a tough long red, so one saving grace Floyd has is there's no colors at the top end of the table. Nothing but cherries. And once again, I think Gerard has excused himself. Took a little comfort break.
Yeah, which happens from
Some,
time to time.
yeah, something in the water here in Ontario. It's usually, you see players go for the comfort breaks in between the frames. Past few days that I've been here, I've seen more often than not, some players have left mid-frame to use the restroom. Obviously, you can't stop them. You want them to be as comfortable as possible at the table when they're playing. I know there was some discussion on the Pro Tour, I think a couple of years ago, that they were discussing that there was just a lot of times that players were going to the bathroom. It seemed like after every frame they'd be going.
Right.
There's always a lot of debates about the various things that go on in the snooker world. As Neil Robertson brought up at the World Championships that he feels the triangle chalk that's been around for many, many years should be banned. And it only should be the tome chalk from Finland used, just because it doesn't leave many marks on the table or the cue ball, so it really takes out the equation of kicks.
Yeah, I mean, I've used both. I still have triangle chalk. Of course, I'm using talum right now, but absolutely, talum doesn't leave a lot of marks on the table whatsoever. But with the triangle chalk, people have a tendency to over chalk their tip. Thus, as soon as they hit the white, you get this massive dust explosion of chalk on the table. Right? But if you're a regular chalk and don't over chalk your tip, yeah, it's going to leave a little mark here and there, but I've had no real issues with it either way. But I do like the longevity of the Tom Chug. I've had the same piece for over a year now. It's
Sure,
incredible.
because Neil's got to understand as well. He's a professional player. Pretty sure he's got some sponsorship from Tom, but us amateur players, oh, that tome chalk is not. the cheapest kind, but it does have the longevity, as you explained, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I mean, you might for the triangle chalk, you might pay $3 to $5 a piece, depends on where and who you get it from. Uh, but if you're a player that plays almost every day, you can run through a piece of chalk in no time at all, and it's going to
See,
cost you. You could go through $35 or $40 worth in less than 4 months, 5 months. However, a piece of Tom chalk, $35, $40, gets you a year, year and a half, and mine is still going. So I don't think once I run out of the triangle chalk, and I just resell it to people when they need it because I'm not even using it anymore. I'm simply just going to stick with with the Tom chalk. Actually, it was interesting, Dave. For my birthday last year, uh, James Power gave me a piece of chalk from Tom, which is fantastic. Still using it, and I also got a gift card for Amazon. So I went on Amazon and bought two more pieces. So I am well stocked.
so not that it's going to happen anytime soon, Rob, but it seems like that tome chalk you're going to be leaving in your will.
Quite possibly, yes. Yes, I've already told my daughters that they go with my cues. So my one daughter's already eyeing up my playing cue. I'm like, I still use it. Maybe not as much, but I still use it.
Do you know that Roald Dahl, the famous author of James and the Giant Peach, Jacob Tutu and the Hooded Fang, amongst others, he was buried with his snooker cue.
Well, I thought about that, Dave, but I figured I would just get a newer and better one once I was over there. I mean, it's got to be the best, right? Automatic sighting and action and automatic chalking. Beautiful.
This is exactly what Gerard needs to do. Kind of upped his game a little bit. Floyd might have to maybe switch gears, go to plan B. And as well, Mary, Queen of Scots, she was buried rolled in the cloth of her table.
That's interesting.
So there's a lot of snooker and pop culture there. Ronnie Wood, and actually even Toronto, Canada, Daniel Lenoir, another musician, real big fans of the game of snooker. And as well, I'm gapping on the name. I think my metal days are behind me, but the drummer for Iron Maiden, maybe you can help me out with his name, Rob, or anybody in the chat. You always see him popping up at snooker events.
Oh, right. Why am I thinking Geddy Lee?
He's a big baseball fan. Geddy Lee is Toronto's
That's
own.
right. So, let's see. Nico McBrain, who joined the band
Nico,
in
there it is.
'82.
Yeah. Where was Diana Schuler when I need her? Great woman that's doing wonderful work for the women's tour, along with
Yeah.
Matt Hewitt. Is a big fan of the metal.
Well, Gerard now in the lead. We get back to our match, Dave. He's come from behind, leading 26 to 12, 14 points in front, one frame down. He's managed to keep some of the color balls off the cushions. And Floyd is not. See, sometimes Floyd's plan of getting those colors safe works. Other times it can backfire. Because now that he's down points, he wouldn't have had much to shoot at. Gerard has this tricky black to right center. Floyd will be watching this one intently. Tie. So here we go. Floyd's got to put out his putting boots as he gives his head a little shake.
Wants to hold for that black. He has. It's good for Floyd to rebound. Black goes into the right middle. See, he eyes up that red into the top right corner. Matt Keith coming in with the guess of Neil Peart of Rush. Not sure how what Neil thought about snooker, but definitely was a wizard with those drumsticks.
Well, look at this. Floyd's now making a go of it. Well, it's going to be another close one. Floyd knows he's short.
Yeah, does he roll this in and have a tough black?
Well, Dave, I think if he doesn't play position on a bulk color, he could play position to roll the white off the blue, place the white behind the pink, and the blue on the side cushion. Or try and play the nudge.
It's just, I think, a little unlucky as that cue ball's gone. Might not be touching the blue, but it's tight. Another 17 there. As Floyd says, all right, Gerard, you got 17, and I'll see you at 17.
That's right. But that puts Floyd in the front by 3, 29-26.
But he's got fortunate enough. I think the pink might have come to his rescue there.
Well, that's quite fortunate. Floyd can be very expressive around the table.
True, it's nice to show that he has a bit of emotion, but sometimes we see a few players just getting a little carried away with that, and it's not a great sight to see if they're doing that. And there's maybe a few junior players in the room. The juniors do look up to these players with awe, and
Yeah, the junior players simply got to develop their own game, their own style.
but yeah, you don't want to see them out of the gate cursing and swirling
Oh
around
no,
their cue and stomping it on the ground.
that all comes from practice and etiquette of the game. Of course, these days, Dave, cues are expensive, and stomping your cue on the ground can really do some damage.
That's true. Those John Paris cues can get quite expensive, but you know, Ken Doherty won the 1997 World Championship on a cue he bought for £2. So any parents out there that want to get their youngsters into a very fun, exciting, well-disciplined sport, cue's not that pricey. Table time's not that bad. I think a lot of these billiard rooms, when they do see juniors, because they're really looking to grow the grassroots, will be happy to see youngsters and might give you a little break on table time. Because when you parallel it with one of Canada's favorite sports, ice hockey, the price to get your youngster into ice hockey can be quite expensive with all that padding and administration fees into house leagues and stuff.
Yeah, well, it's Gerard now. I think he can still clip this red in the right middle. Only 5 points in front, but he's definitely in control of this second frame.
Yeah, and I don't think he needs to drive it in. He can just, delicately put this red in. Yeah, it's got a mid-range yellow here. Draw back ever so slightly to be on the yellow again. Obviously, this is his color ball after the red. In this case, the yellow, it will come back up onto the spot, and then we'll be onto the colors. Brown to blue is going to be the big shot here. Just come in, take a look at the score.
Yeah, and just on a side note, tomorrow's Open Championship group stage match begins, Dave, and I was just looking. Floyd Ziegler is in a group with Neil Thornton, Mohammed Hamidi, Ravi Sundrell, Frank Amaranti, Phil Snake, and guess who?
Gerard Morrison.
Sylvain Etier. Yeah,
Lots of nice recovery on that brown. Ooh, just maybe a little close that blue. It does go into the top left corner. Yeah, it was tough that it was close as he got the cover.
Randall Morrison says, never trust a Morrison. That could be good advice. But, Gerard really needs to win this frame. Doesn't want to go 2-0 down in this best of 5, Dave. Oh, boy, that's going to be costly. Oh, Gerard. Yeah, he's got the foul wrong. There we go.
That's just a foul, not a miss. As
Yeah.
a result of that,
So,
does produce snookers required.
oh, boy. That's, I mean, pink and black are somewhat in the general center area of the table. Not perfect for snookers, but he's got 2 of them there, so. But if he does get a chance at snookers, should he come back to the table, 24 down, 2 required. Gerard, this should seal the frame. Oh boy. He missed that by a fair margin.
Yeah, he just didn't really look comfortable. He was kind of a little popping up his head a little bit down on that shot, wiggling around.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at the player schedule for tomorrow, we begin at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And if we're looking, if they're going by schedule on Cloud Snooker, Dave, first match up is Alan Whitfield versus Joe Pullitz.
Oh, well, that's one way to lose a frame. So, with that pink going down, Floyd Ziegler can't get back in it
Yeah.
because there's no other ball to get a snooker on. So, the final's not at 1 frame apiece. Important third frame. Who's going to go up 2-1 and be 1 frame away from winning the title? We'll find out when we come back with frame 3.
All right, so it does look like they are taking a little bit of a break. So we're going to leave it here, folks, and we will be right back. Players will return. We're going to leave it here. Me and David, we're going to step aside for a brief moment, and we will be right back. Thank you all for being here. Don't forget that we have a chat goal going in our YouTube chat right now, where you can purchase a super chat or super sticker. All proceeds go to help our streaming capabilities. Thank you so kindly. All dollar amounts count and are greatly appreciated. See you in a few moments, folks.
So we hope you all took that little break in the action in time to get a cool drink on this early June day. Maybe excuse yourself for your own comfort break. Maybe get a little snack. So we're 1-1. I'll see. Maybe both players have recharged during this little break and they can get into it. Hour for the first frame. Closing in on 40 minutes for the second. Both players have returned. And they're ready to go. Just waited on the referee Etier. Don the white gloves. And we're off and running. Floyd Ziegler breaking off in frame 3. That's a nice break there. Nothing really for Gerard even to clip off. I'm trying to see if he can run back into bulk. Just with that red that's kicked out on the left side, glancing off the left of the pack makes that elementary safety off a couple cushions into the bulk area a bit difficult. It's well done. This is the final of the 2026 Canadian Senior Snooker Championship. Floyd Ziegler taking on Gerard Morrison. We're tied 1-1 in a best of 5. Sylvain Etier is our referee. And it is David Burney and Rob Richards in the booth. We're glad you're tuning in. We are live on OBSA's YouTube channel. It's great to hear all your comments and questions in the chat. Keep them coming. Keep the support for either player. And let us know where you're tuning in from, because we're happy to pass along any information. As we had some friends tune in from Georgia earlier today, down at the Columbus Snooker Room. Unfortunately, they're down to one table. They did have 2 tables. Well, there's a bit of aggressive safety on Floyd's last shot, opening up the reds a little bit, but black is still open to either corner pocket. Player is to get in.
All right, sorry, Dave. Had to take care of a few things here, but we are back.
Gerard looks like he's all right. It's thin red into the top right. hopefully could hold for that black, but he's going to be a bit low on it if he does, so might just opt for open pink or blue.
Yeah, it was in tough there. Main concern for Gerard was getting that white out, which he did. Pot was secondary. Floyd's got an interesting path back to the bulk end here, Dave. These two reds grouped together. Wants to miss the yellow. He's done so. This is the interesting part. If Gerard comes down the right side, he's got to be careful not to hit it too thick. He might run into the red on the right side cushion. Well, KP, I do appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much for your support. Oh, and he did hit that other red, Dave, but he's gotten away with it quite well, actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't take that red that he second cannoned in, just clipping off the left side of that and running back up into bulk. But as you observed there, Rob, and we all did, that Gerard was let off.
Yeah,
You
but
got
I
to
do.
have the tech.
Go ahead.
You got to have the technique. You got to have the skill. You got to have the mindset. But every so often, a little bit of luck can help you get over the line.
Absolutely, but there isn't anything in this game that Floyd hasn't seen or encountered before. It's just how he responds to it. Another good safety there from Mr. Morrison. Got that one leg up on the chair. See, a stool or chair, one leg up.
The Morrison perch.
Exactly. It could be a symbol that he's got one leg up on the competition.
Yeah. Or he'd like to have one leg up. Right now, he's not at one apiece.
That's right.
And perhaps maybe he developed it as a youngster and it's just a superstition.
Yeah, a little bit of a
Yeah.
habit, and for some, it's comfortable.
Sure, we've commented on Floyd when it comes down to the final stages. When he's in that championship day, he usually dons the red shirt, the black waistcoat, black tie, and black pants. These guys are representing Canada quite well with their color scheme of their clothing. Gerard at the table with white and black.
Okay, we're having a bit of an issue with our camera for a brief moment. All right, a little bit of stuttering is might be happening there, Dave, but for the most part, there's not much else. We're at the mercy of the internet, unfortunately. Some things we just can't control. Got the settings dialed in as best we can. That will hopefully carry us through today.
Well, as my father used to say, this is Captain Bernie. Just buckle your seatbelts, everyone. We're expecting some turbulence. Hopefully, it'll be over soon and it'll be smooth flying for the rest of this match, but bear with us.
Well, Floyd is certainly, both these players are certainly hoping for a smooth sail to the finish line. But we will have to wait and see how that plays out.
Does he have a pathway with this red? Let's go through those two reds.
Oh boy, it does. Oh, he's not on the black, but will he take the pink on?
Doesn't even want to look at the blue. Interesting.
No. Tough queuing for the blue there, Dave. Of course.
Yeah, well, every shot I take on a table is tough queuing, so I don't blame him kind of taking at least a look at the blue, just see what he's got to deal with. You know, you're at the table, it's yours, it's your canvas, you've got the paintbrush. Paint us a masterpiece.
Well, Floyd may have put a color on the cushion there, but so good on Gerard for putting that pink. Keep this going. Now, is he up high enough on the black this time? If he is, he's going to be right in amongst them, Dave.
No. Had a big shake of a head, so unfortunately it doesn't. Pink's not there, and he's covered on all the other colored balls on the table.
Oh, if he's not out of black, that's a bit of a shame. As you said, mentioned the pink. If he can get through the pink and pot it, he would have probably been right down on it. Might need a bit of side here. Okay, perhaps a bit more side as he's lifting the butt of his cue in the air.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just got the path past that red, if maybe he could get cushion first and just snuggle into the black, but tough to see from our vantage point.
Yeah, no pot on there. Just main objective was to get the white to the bulkhead.
Red to the left of the three. Potential shot to nothing for Floyd. Don't think he'll cannon into that red along the top cushion, but he's not opting for that one.
This is going to be a big shot. Oh, he's close. Oh, he's all right. Very interesting now. Floyd's playing a little bit more open. As you mentioned, Dave, he could have gotten the white back to the bulkhead. But, yeah, they're just going back and forth. Oh, was there a plant? Well spotted, my goodness. You know, I'm not so sure Floyd had spotted that from the other end. He didn't come down to look. Not that it was a plant to the bottom corner, but if he had played your shot, Dave, off the bottom right of that group of three, that plant wouldn't have been there. And Floyd certainly wouldn't have left the white in the jaws of the bottom right corner.
Just a little annoyance, as you can see. Gerard queuing over that red. Yeah, we're just getting past 5 o'clock here in Scarborough. Means the work whistle has blown, and you might get a little bit more rowdy in here at Corner Bank. So something these two finalists are going to have to deal with.
Also means more spectators too. He wants that white to hold up. If it doesn't, he's still on the yellow. So Gerard's pretty much got this frame at his mercy here. The reds are open nice. Black now on the pink spot. Oh, I think it just stopped in time, Dave.
I think so too.
I mean, even if it didn't, he still had the red to the right middle. Just have to look, see if the black passes
And,
into that middle. I don't think it does, so.
but
Could go to right
boy,
corner.
that was close. Just to see, checking the path, if that black goes through the two reds and the red opening there. It does, as he's come down quite quickly. You definitely know when a pot's on for a player. They don't really dilly-dally too much, but it's just as I say that Gerard gets up and maybe rethinks and just an awkward stance over the table, so he's nominating blue.
Oh, nicely done. Positionally not ideal. We still got red to the yellow pocket is one option. And closer look, Dave, I think that's pretty much it. Unless the red just to the right of the black above the group of two passes that bottom right corner, but well, it appears it does. You really need good cueing with your white when you're close to the cushion like this. Oh boy. Well, it's Gerard Morrison in front, 31 points to nil here in the third frame. I think he's gifted an opportunity for Floyd. Similar, again, Dave, as we saw in the first frame. Gerard had a 30-plus point lead. Floyd come back nicely to win that one. Oh, oh,
Oh,
wow. That's amazing that that black dropped, Dave. Only the
true.
pace allowed it to drop there. See, Floyd was up and having a little bit of a look at that ball dropping.
Maybe just a little thin on that red coming down. So I think this will be end of break for Floyd.
Well, out of position, unfortunately. This red is going to let Floyd get right into the bulkhead. Little nudge off the pink to the top cushion. Oh boy. You know, Dave, Gerard has done that a few times in this match. To use your phrase, airmailed it.
Yeah, but that's as we saw in Colorado, there were some very wide misses.
Yes.
In this case, Gerard's just kind of trying to sneak off that route and just missing it by millimeters. And that's no disrespect to the Colorado players. It's a young group out there. They're just getting going with snooker. They've got great momentum, great enthusiasm. So
Yeah, well, Gerard made sure to hit this time. Referee just instructed Gerard to mark the foul, of course. Should be 31 to 18. There we go. So 13 the difference here in the second half of this third frame. Oh, that was
yeah,
close to the corner.
did well to avoid that pocket.
Misses the blue, and he did so nicely. Now, the group of three just to the right of the block, there's the left-hand red. Floyd may be able to come off if he cuts it thin. The other group of three, same red, the right-hand red of the three. Will pot, but he can also get the white back into the bulk end. Oh,
That
missed
red's
the pot.
coming with him.
It is.
He's certainly turning into the cutback king, that Floyd Ziegler.
Yeah, Floyd's a dangerous guy when he gets going. Neither player has been absolutely spectacular here, but they've shown a lot of fight. Had to change their game from what we normally see. We know Gerard is a great putter as Floyd is. Both are great break builders, but with everything that's on the line here, nobody is stepping out of the box too far. Now you can tell this one, David Gerard really wants to go for it, but doesn't have a lot of control off the white. Yeah, I think if he could get his hand on the bed of the table there and control his white a little bit, he may have had a go at that one.
Yeah, as he baited Floyd to take this long red. Just not the one close to the right cushion, the one just above it. Just came around the table just to see if he comes off the cushion where he needs to be for that black into the opposite corner pocket. But it's not accepting that.
Yeah, he also have to be careful of his waistcoat and the green. Oh boy. Oh. So close. I don't know what's worse, being able to see a red from here or being stuck behind the pink. Sometimes when you're in a tough snooker, you might get out of it and get safe. But here, he's forcing Gerard to play a red.
And he's hit a couple, so
Game on.
yeah, Floyd's plan has worked. Just tying up his opponent, forcing him to make the error, giving him an opportunity.
Oh, he's well short. Floyd struggling with the pace. This is gonna. Well, he's got a red just to the right of the green spot, but from here he's still got to go in and out of bulk.
Oh, and he hit that yellow square in the face.
Oh, unfortunately, that's going to be end of break unless he can turn this into a double, which is not likely considering he's got the green and the pink he can hide behind from here. Oh, he did play the double. A lot different style from Floyd now. He was quite content on pushing colors to the cushions. At one point in this match, Dave, colors are fairly open right now. Well, at least the
Yeah,
blues on the spot, but difference.
that beginning frame. Oh, look at this thin cut by Gerard. Wow, what a cut. But I wonder if that was kind of
Ooh,
Floyd's game plan in the beginning. Put those colors to the cushions, slowly maybe hypnotize his opponent just to put him spinning and then attack.
yeah, well, Gerard's off to a good start with that thin clip on that red. Oh, he's overrun it too. You
Yeah.
know, if Floyd and Gerard played together with their pace, they would be right in prime position. I mean, Floyd coming up short, Gerard going long. Still got a putt on, but of course, but wanted to be a lot easier than this one to the top left corner.
Yeah. Good recovery on that red. Float down off the pink for the red on the top cushion.
Well, Floyd's going to be under a little bit of pressure now. 21 points down, 45-24 with 3 reds left. Here in the third. I tell you, if Gerard wins, whoever wins this frame, Dave, is going to be very tough to beat in the next.
Yeah, we've seen in the senior stage players go up 2-0, and then a player comes back to take that third frame to just trail 2-1 and then win the next two to win it. So this is kind of another interesting predicament where both have won each a frame, so both are in the match. But yeah, it's a very important frame. This one as well. We'd love to have that 2-1 advantage going into a fourth and potentially final frame.
Wow. Gerard's got Floyd backed up to the bulk cushion yet again. Floyd having a look at the score. He knows he's 21 down here. And there it is. He pulls out a dark classic Ziegler.
We question him sometimes when he's playing those safe shots when he can just rattle off a long pot by that like that.
Yeah. I think now he knows he's got to go.
Oh, look at that.
Wow, that's got to be very hurtful.
Just one more lap around the table for Floyd. That was a great long red. Definitely adrenaline's pumping. Forced to miss the blue. It's a thin cut for Gerard, but
Well, it's not that bad, Dave. He's got an angle he can play into the other red, open that red, and still get out for a color. Because if he can get it a little bit further off that cushion, he can end the frame and go up 2-1. Oh, watch the black. Okay, he's
Bradley.
not bad.
Nice here from Bradley Garrison chiming in of Gateway Billiards up there in North Bay, Ontario. Great to see a room up there. I wonder if it's neighbor to the Mosey on N.
Oh yeah, he mentions Lester Manscombe. Lester Manscombe, good friend of mine, who I'm sure is watching our feed. Usually does when we go live. Great man, good player. Don't know if you know Lester, Dave, but heck of a player back in the day.
Fortunately, I do not know Lester.
Yeah, very very tough player. Tuned me up on the table more than once. But yeah, he was always eager to play with anybody that was eager to play. So when he came down from North Bay just on a whim on the weekend to Mississauga, Monte Carlo Billiards, he was happy to play a few games with me. Okay, it was more like I'd spot balls, Dave, but you know, I got a few shots in.
That's how we all learn at this game. You're always going to play someone better, so you're going to be spotting balls at the beginning of your career. Sooner than later, you're going to be the one that gets someone to spot balls for you.
Yeah.
Nice
Oh, well
recovery
done.
there.
So our score line 24 in front. Does he take this pink on, or is he? You know what? I think he touches up behind it here, Dave. 24 in front. There'll be no miss called. So Floyd's gonna need to pull something out of his bag of tricks to get out of this one, or the next. Oh, could be a free ball.
Yeah,
Well, I think
referee
that's gonna.
FJ has stated free ball.
Oh, I think that's gonna be the nail in the coffin for this frame. But that green is relatively safe. Gerard should be able to score at least, well, 4 points here. Oh boy.
Pressure of getting over the line.
Yeah, well, 28, the difference. If he had potted the two balls, would need more than one snooker.
And right now, he just needs the one, and there's a lot of balls that are in good spots for snookers. Definitely that pink.
Oh, that's nicely done.
if he's tempted to come out that left cushion, travel down to the top, and come up and just nudge the yellow. Almost a 2 or maybe 3 cushion. Just a foul there, as before the shot, snookers were required, so it doesn't go back. But now with just 24 in it and 27 on the table, the foul and misruling does come back into play. Yeah, it's just paper thin, that cut. It's a real test of the eyes there. And he's just got to be a bit mindful of going into the yellow pocket with his cue ball. Ooh. And the referee just wanted to take a look, as Floyd can put it anywhere in the D. And if it's on that yellow spot, just taking a look to see if it's a potential free ball.
Yep, Floyd's working his way back in this frame.
So referee just using that red ball as a marker for his eye. And shake of the head, it's not a free ball.
Floyd jokingly asking for a second opinion, I do believe. You know, which is great to see that Floyd can still have a bit of a sense of humor during this match.
Sure, we have head referee Kevin Patrick in the room. Also Bob Jezequel, also known as NASCAR Bob,
That's
around
right.
the billiard rooms here in Ontario. And just a programming note, there will be a big celebration and presentation to Bob after the trophy presentation in this match. So keep the stream going. Bob is going to be honored for over 40 years of service to the game. If anybody's in the room, don't tell Bob. He has no idea what is coming for him. So let's keep that a secret between all of us. Low is tight to the cushion. Just wondering where his cue ball might be able to get the cover if he doesn't pocket the yellow into the top right behind pink and or blue and black, I should say. Who's happy that that yellow didn't drop? He's
Oh
got a
boy.
great snooker behind the pink.
Yeah, you can see how much Floyd is fighting to win this frame. He was 28 points down going into the colors. Worked his way back in. Now he's only 20 points down. But he's finding himself in a bit of a spot. And this crane to go back if he doesn't make contact. Oh, and he's hit the green. Oh no.
Well, only 4 points for the foul. It's not obviously he missed the yellow for his contact when he was snookered, so that's a 4 points. But obviously, going in off with his white, it's not an additional 4 points. However, Gerard does have ball in hand in the D, so that is a great advantage.
Only needs the
When
yellow. So I think we're going to be right back to snookers required here momentarily, Dave.
yeah, I think Gerard's doing a good job of mapping things out here. He wants to get this frame, but he's going to put him back.
Wow. You know, that's oddly surprising.
I think so as well, but sometimes like how many times have we seen a player ball in hand and they're on the yellow and they're in the D and they miss it to the middle?
Yeah, but I think it's just above the spot where he could cut it into, the yellow pocket. Won't have position on the green, but it will be a frame ball.
Yeah, I think referee Etier actually was not thinking that he was going to have to go to work respotting the balls there, so just asking for some help with Floyd and
Yeah.
Gerard.
Yeah,
All
he
two
was
players
set.
free.
He was set to respot the balls to their positions, but yeah, but it looks fairly good job here from our referee today. Yeah, well, that worked out for Gerard. He's got an easier pot here.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a pathway past that brown if it off the cushion enough for that green ball. I guess
Nope.
he isn't because he didn't really get up close to it after that yellow. Wow. So 26 in it and 25 on the table.
Yeah, we're back to snookers required again. Pink's still in a decent position. Blue's not bad either. And even brown's a little close to the cushion, but if he gets him up there, it's almost assured. Well, Floyd wants that green to go, and it won't. Oh, maybe. No. Stopped a little bit short of the brown. Now, Gerard's just got to forget about the brown and simply pot the green here. Doesn't want to put a lot of pace into it. And surely if he pots this brown, this frame is over. But 26 the difference now, one snooker to tie. Okay, 30 the difference now. Several snookers to go. I doubt Floyd will come back to the table.
Yeah, there's a concession by Floyd.
Wow, well
So
done.
Gerard Munson takes that third frame to put him ahead 2-1. Potentially one frame to go for him to win the championships. And when we get this point, I know Floyd doesn't want to hear it, but we've got to do some rounds of thank yous. Thank you to Presley Backus and Jim White running this great senior side of the Canadian Senior Championship here at the Corner Bank. Thank you to our hosts, Jim White and John White. Jim White. They both own this corner bank, a great room. If snooker is your thing, there's no better place in Scarborough. Thanks as well to head referee Kevin Patrick / tournament director, as well as Sylvian Etche stepping up, doing some refereeing. Rob Richards in the booth with me, having some good fun, giving you blow by blow accounts of all the snooker that's happening here. I believe James Power and was involved a little bit with this event, with his sponsorship, and as well our friends at the OBSA doing a great job. And to all the players, it's a big country we have in Canada, so we appreciate them traveling near and far to play in this senior side of the championship. And all you viewers have tuned in on YouTube. We really appreciate all your viewership. But don't worry, we're not done yet. We might have a couple more frames in this match, and we have the entire Canadian Open Snooker Championship starting tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, Dave, so I hope you're ready. Tomorrow's going to be a heck of a long day. You might want to bring a pillow. We could be here for a while tomorrow.
Well, we've been here a while for this final. It's eclipsed the 2.5 hour mark.
Well, at least this match will finish well before midnight, unlike yesterday.
I thought you were going to say today.
Huh.
Yeah, hopefully before midnight. Stranger things have happened, but I'm pretty sure. If it's 9 o'clock, I'm ringing the bell in this establishment, and everyone's welcome to wet their whistle on me.
You see, Dave, you say that, you're just going to get more people to come. I'm telling you, you're going to have to get out the checkbook. Well, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, we had a feeling the potential for this to go 5 frames at the onset was a distinct possibility. Floyd's game plan that he employed at the start hasn't really worked out for him. I mean, it certainly did in that first frame, but he hasn't kept it up, and Gerard simply kept up with Floyd and played his game. However, as a viewer and as somebody who loves snooker, Dave, I would be excited for a 5th frame, quite honestly. I know Floyd would. Gerard, possibly not so much.
You did allude to it early on in the semifinal today, Rob. Floyd did go a little late into the evening in his quarterfinal match against Jason Williams, so maybe
Yes.
just a little fatigue as he kind of rubs his eyes as he comes off the table there. But
Yeah,
he
it's
did build a
both.
little bit steady.
Yeah, it's both mental and physical fatigue right now that Floyd's fighting. So, however, if he gets in at the right time as his Q arm comes alive, Dave, he can rifle off a 50 or 60 break at any time. Gerard will know this, so he's going to do his best to make sure that doesn't happen. And if he keeps playing the way he has, Gerard has an excellent chance to win this year's title. No, Gerard may, well, yeah, just containing safety to the bottom cushion. It's about all he could do there. However, he might as well stay in the bulk end because that's probably more than likely where the white's going to end up.
Yeah, all the reds are covering each other.
I tell you, through all my years of playing and all the tournaments I've played in with both these gentlemen, I've never managed to draw Gerard, and I've only played Floyd once in a 6-red handicap tournament. Once. You know, so I'm actually looking forward to having a proper match with either gentleman. Gerard's got a path to bulk. Black should be open after this one. Oh, he's cut the red. Cut the first red too thick, Dave.
Mm.
So I think Floyd's got an angle here. Now if he can get back up the table to the red, use the red. Well, we all see the red he's potting here. If there's a red just slightly above it, if he can get into that one or just above that one, he'll be on the black, and well, we'll have to wait and see what happens from there. Oh, red on the cushion. That no surprise, but dangerous times now for Floyd Ziegler, folks. Floyd Ziegler camp is waiting to see how many points he's going to be down when he comes back to the table. You know, Gerard playing decent this weekend. High break at 94. So he's got the tools in the bag to get it all done. Just a matter if he can do it now, Dave.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens as he stepped away again for another comfort break. There certainly have been a lot in this relatively short best of 5 match.
Well, this is the seniors, Dave.
That is true.
You know, but at least the players are doing it properly. They're not doing it in the middle of their opponent's turn. They're waiting to it's their turn before they go to the bathroom or whatever they need to do.
Oh, we've got a moment. I just want to give big congratulations to my cousin Mary Brown, who's welcomed her first child born today, Bennett Brown. Great to see. Came out at 9 a.m. this morning. It sounds like mother, father, and baby boy are all doing well and healthy. So, congratulations, cousin. Glad to see everyone's doing all right, and looking forward to meeting the new member of our family. Not sure when that will be, but
Oh,
they are
good
just
for you.
down the way in Burlington, so maybe I can extend my trip a little bit.
Well, there you go. because we do have coming up after the Open, Dave, is I don't know how long you're going to extend your trip, but ladies and gentlemen, the NSL goes live on the NSL YouTube channel for the NSL Championships June 12th, 13th, and 14th. So very exciting times for snooker here. So after that, not too sure where we'll be for the summer. If any summer events come up, might be a possibility, but there
Sure,
could
but
be some exhibitions.
that's the time. Yeah, sometimes some professional players do come over to our side of the Atlantic to put on a display. And sometimes for
Exactly.
all of our people behind the scenes, the summertime is a time to dig in and do some hard work to get planning for the upcoming season. It usually starts in around September. And as well, we like to get a little bit of sunshine. We've been cooped up in a snooker room all winter long. It's good to get some vitamin D into the system. Yeah, let's go to red to left middle. And you can hold for the pink. Definitely stay glued to all your snooker publications out there. Stephen Wong, the owner operator of Embassy Billiards down in Los Angeles, California, or rather San Gabriel to be precise, just east of Los Angeles. He is bringing the Embassy brand to Canada and will be opening up the Embassy Canadian Club very soon. I think that's going to go down here in Scarborough. So great sights to see in Q Sports. Seems like we're seeing a definitely surge of more rooms opening. That means more players. That potentially means more junior programs. That means maybe another Canadian or American world championship champion is in the future.
Could very well be. But one thing we need is uh, more rooms to open, sure, but the rooms that are open and coming soon should be focusing on the younger talent. Certainly, they're going to get the patronage from the older crowd and seasoned players, but if they can offer a special youth program, at reduced rates, even make it a little bit more affordable for them, then that would certainly help snooker in general. Because Dave, we're not getting any younger.
That is true. And I'm pretty sure John and Jim here at Corner Bank, they definitely fly the doors open for any juniors. So maybe our good friends at the Canadian Q Sports Academy, David Putty and John Wallace, maybe in developing a little summer camp, maybe even March break or spring break, shall we say, because sometimes it doesn't always happen in March, and maybe even over the Christmas holidays.
Absolutely.
Well, I know they do the Q Zone over in the UK. It's been quite successful, and maybe hopefully we could reach out to Chris Lovell and the team that put that together, and maybe just get some documentation from them, just with that WPBSA seal, as we go to school boards and just show them how effective this program is for youngsters. Because the youngsters are excited, they don't have to be in a classroom; they're in the gym, and little do they know they're learning arithmetic, angles, sportsmanship, great discipline. So it seems like a win-win situation. We definitely
Oh,
can sell it as we're snooker fans here in Canada, but if we have some backing from the world body to approach our school system here in Canada, I think we could profit quite highly. As got away from the old ways of the billiard rooms. These rooms are now more well lit, family friendly environments, somewhere where we want to bring everybody.
Yeah, well, Gerard was in there. Dave only able to score 32, narrowly missing that last pot. Uh, Floyd, however, is going to have to do in this frame what he did in the first one. Claw his way back slowly but surely. Wow, he's left another red on. You know, I hate to say it, with this many reds left, 9 reds left, Gerard up 32 now. It's not looking good for Floyd Camp. You know,
Yeah,
I
as
think
we've seen.
Floyd's running out of gas.
Yeah, and as we saw Gerard, he got in the balls and he was able to score decently heavy. Obviously, didn't take the frame in that visit, but we haven't seen that effective break building by Floyd. He has refused some shots that maybe could have extended his break, played
Yes.
more safe.
Now, Dave, is there going to be a presentation, and will you be part of it?
I have not heard anything, so I think unfortunately I will be leaving that to the powers of be. Jim White might be involved in that, and Kevin Patrick for the big trophy presentation, and as well the special presentation to Bob Jasquel. Hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Jessica,
Usually
yeah?
known as, thank you, uh, for his over 40 years of service in this great game of snooker. So definitely, when it comes to a close here, don't touch that dial.
He only scored
Wait.
7, Gerard. Floyd's got to be feeling a little bit fortunate there. And it is a touching ball. This could be. Floyd's only 39 points down. If he gets in, this frame is going to be a lot closer than Gerard would have liked it to be. Uh, this could get very exciting, Dave. You know, Floyd's got to look at this as an opportunity here. Oh, he's a little bit short of getting to the brown.
Yeah, I think that might be the fatigue that you're talking about.
Yeah. You know, it's all the standing, the motion, the bending, the playing. Um, you know, it gets. We're getting up in the years, Dave. So it gets to your back after a while, and that's only the physical fatigue. The mental fatigue is another ball of wax altogether. You know, it takes a special kind of person just to make it this far and put up with all that.
Another chance here for Floyd to tie Gerard. And done better to get closer to that green. So once again, Floyd just a little short of pace. It's been the same old story all day long.
Oh, absolutely.
Gerard's got a gap between the pink and black to come off a red, go through there. 3 cushions and get the cue ball back to where it is.
Well, he won't be too upset with that one. But if Floyd can play off the left red of the 2 reds together, the right of the pink, shouldn't have any trouble going through the gap. He's got a good line. Nicely done. Great way on the tight to that top cushion. Oh boy.
Missed. And this, not going to be a free ball.
Oh, no, I don't think it's a free ball, but great possibility of it going back. Obviously, again, they're conferring with some of the spectators, which
Which,
sometimes happens.
yeah, I feel it should be up to the referee and the
Yes.
two players. You get a spectator, and I know they probably want a fair fight, but you never know. One of them might be leaning towards an opponent. So good to just let the referee do their job, confirm with the two players, and when everyone's happy, the three of them play on.
Yeah, even with that said, and that's a good point, Dave, it's still ultimately up to the players as long as they're both happy with the spot of the ball, then play on. The referee certainly didn't ask the crowd. It was Gerard turned over to somebody off to our left, but they were both happy, so play does continue. Gerard leading 39-4, 35 in front in this important fourth frame for him. And I'm not sure, Dave, has he won any titles in the past, Mr. Morrison?
I think he's been close, but he hasn't achieved victory.
So this could be somewhat of a milestone for him.
That's why there's just that bit of pressure there. Looking at this plant right
Oh
here,
boy.
it's tricky when there's space between the two.
There's a very easy safety with the red on the bottom cushion. Just leave the white there. Type the black a little bit more. This is be great if he makes it. Yeah, now he's opened the black and a couple more reds. Black's not fully open, of course, but I think Floyd, if he's got a clear shot to get position, he's got to go. He's a good long ball putter. He has to know that. He's got to rely on that. If he makes it, even if he doesn't make it, he's still got to go. Doesn't want to start showing any bit of weakness to Gerard.
Yeah, we got a great research team involved with us, and it looks like actually Gerard Morrison did win the inaugural Mr. Billiard Open Championship way back in 2017,
Okay.
taking on Carter Gow.
Oh, wow. Okay, but no Canadian titles.
No Canadians, no seniors, no Open.
No Ontarios. Okay, wow, that's I did take some time off from the game, of course, myself, just coming back about 5 years ago, around COVID time, but or just before COVID time rather, and so I'm not sure what happened in that 20-year span that I wasn't around.
Now
But
there,
he's certainly closing in on one now, Dave.
yeah, there might be not some tournaments that didn't get a write up or just were done and dusted. So I'm pretty sure Gerard has won a tournament or two in his day, but a
Oh
big
yes.
prestigious tournament, not to knock the Mr. Billiard, but a Canadian Senior Snooker Championship. That's a great roll call to be on. And he's not giving him an inch at all.
Oh, he could have played the pot there, but he's holding on to that 38-point lead, 42-4, like it was his last breath. Well, that's not going to work out. It's a thin cutback to left middle, Dave, but all Gerard has to do at this point is start picking off reds. Doesn't really have to worry about colors, and then he just employ Floyd's technique of pushing the color safe. It's going to be real difficult for Floyd to get an advantage.
Yeah, how does that feel when your opponent pulls your own strategy on you?
Exactly.
I think just put your concentration on potting this red.
No, he didn't even play the pot. Just got safe. Well, got the red safe, but he's left the red on. But Floyd's going to do well to get back up the table for blue or bulk color. He might not even take a red on here.
Yeah, I think just being bothered by that brown. It's going to tie up his opponent some more.
Oh, watch the corner. He's okay.
We've just about reached the 3-hour mark of this match.
Wow. Wow.
Ooh. That's a big twist in this fourth frame.
You know, there's still 7 reds remaining here in this fourth frame, so only a 34-point difference, so there's still time.
Yeah. A whopping 83 points remaining, so. I'd like to get that red away from the top left corner. At least that gives an opportunity for that black to get in there. But as mentioned, still a lot of points. Doesn't need to build his break with just only blacks.
That's right. But if he can somehow get on that red below the black, it's going to open that pocket. And if he has the right angle, he can get on the black off that red. So there's quite a few possibilities still left that could happen here in this frame. Oh, there goes the blue tight to the cushion. That's going to help Gerard out. Floyd is a little, well, I don't want to say stuck, but he's got bulk colors. Getting there from here, a little difficult. Unless you're Mr. Ziegler and you do one of those back cuts that he's known for today. Now, this is one of those pots, Dave, that I think he's got to go. He can get on that red below the black.
Oh, is he? Ooh, close in to pot that.
Okay, that works too, but that was dangerous.
Yeah, desperately wants to get one of those high value colored balls, either pink or black, on its spot.
Oh, that's right. But not this time. Well, Floyd does have the black is somewhat available. It's on his side of the table, being a left-hander. The bad part is, I think Gerard's going to get first crack at it.
down.
Yeah.
Didn't come back too much.
If it rolled a couple more rolls, Dave, he could have just drew the white off the left side cushion and stayed on the block. He can definitely still pot this red to the corner, however, getting position without running into traffic. I mean, it can be done, but it won't be easy. Not at this stage. Yeah, that was the only issue. If he can see the pink, play off the left side of the pink, open the pink, white back into the bulk area, give himself a fighting chance should he get another pot on the red.
He's got to run. He's trying to will it with all his body language. I think that red in the middle of the three reds blocks the path for that red on the right into the pocket. Hit the job, but he's okay. This is the 2026 Canadian Senior Snooker Championship. Floyd Ziegler trailing 2 frames to 1 to Gerard Morrison and also trailing 42-13 in this fourth frame. It's a best of 5. We could have 1 or 2 frames remaining. Sylvain Etier is the referee in charge, doing a great job. He said the one thing a referee has to be effective is invisible. And as well, it's David Burney and Rob Richards in the booth. We're glad that you're tuning in on the OBSA YouTube channel. Great to see all the banter and chatting going on in the chat room. And don't forget, tomorrow, starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, is when the open side of the Canadian Snooker Championship commences.
And I do believe the format for tomorrow and the group stage of the Open, Dave, is still best of 3 in the group stage. Because there's more players in the group, and going forward, that's what I believe they decided. That was the last bit of information I had on that. But there's a lot of moving parts, so things may have changed. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow morning when we load into Cloud Snooker. Oh, oh no. Oh, and he's fouled, taking a red off the table, and ball in hand with a red in bulk area. So 46-13. Gerard is up by 33. Taking a little bit of extra time. Knows he's on the verge of this championship title. You know, and he's played a very smart match, Dave.
Mm-hmm. He didn't get really bogged down. That first frame where Floyd was putting color balls to the cushion really can do something to the old brain box, really scramble it up.
Yeah, even that frame, Gerard had that 30-plus point lead, and he worked his way back in. Uh, and then Floyd started putting colors on the cushion, even in the second frame when he had like a 15-point lead, and that didn't really serve him well. And it's basically been all Gerard since then. Uh, Reprogramming mind, I believe there was 48 players for this seniors event, and
You
this,
are correct, Rob.
yeah, and Mr. J10, this is the final two players. So thank you all for tuning in today. Don't forget, we will be back on air tomorrow morning. Myself and Mr. Bernie, 9:30 a.m. So mark that on your calendars. Set your alarms. Get your coffee handy because we will be rolling all day long from the first to the last.
Yeah, it'll be an early morning out there in BC. I think maybe Charlie Brown might be the only competitor from BC. Just saw Blake Martell enter the room, coming all the way from Winnipeg. Good to see.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, our good friend that's doing so much great work out in Winnipeg and the Manitoba area, Darcy Michael, didn't make it down for the seniors. I was looking forward to catching up with Darcy.
yeah. I saw Darcy. Met Darcy last year when I made it out for last year. I actually made it out, Dave, to the first day of the Canadians, the seniors. Wasn't able to get back, unfortunately. Scheduling didn't allow, unfortunately. But I am hoping to, if I can't get out there sometime this week, my friend, well, quite possibly next Sunday for the final of the Open. It's going to get interesting now. Oh, he's not doing this one-handed.
Kids, don't try this at home.
What did he hit?
I think he flicked the black. Well,
Well, the referee has the better view than we do, but it must have been ever so slight because the camera did not catch it.
yep, Floyd was a bit surprised. But Floyd's been around for eons, so please, nobody try this. You're going to give room owners a nightmare.
39, the difference. Yeah, if, I didn't see anything, but the referee is right there watching everything. Um, well, if you blinked, you would have missed it.
And the referee's decision is final. See, players do have the opportunity, if they want to dispute something, to do it after the match. It's unfortunate sometimes in our game that some people really come with their disagreements after certain things have happened on a snooker table.
Yeah, and I'm just getting notifications that if you look at the tape and the rewind, that he 100% hit the white or just barely touched it. So, frame ball doesn't go.
And Mr. J1069, who's left in the open, he meant to say, well, everybody's left in the open who signed up. We haven't started it yet.
Yeah, that begins tomorrow morning, sir. 9:30 Eastern Time. Do join us. Floyd needs a big bounce or he's nowhere. 38 behind. He needs a green will do. And he's not been putting the best here, Dave, so this green is 50-50, I would think. Well, 38. The difference. Oh, he's going to. Wow, he's got to get it. Nope. Snooker's required.
Good effort because that blue was tight to the cushion. He just needed an
Yeah.
object ball and cushion at the same time with that cue ball. So I don't blame him for taking on that blue.
Yeah,
But
but I'm sorry, Dave. The blue was very tough, especially with the rest. If he had played the green, at least he would have given him a chance to tie the frame and then possibly with the respot black or play a few snookers, but he still would have been in the frame. All Gerard has to do now, if he chooses, is to leave the object ball over a pocket. But, he did get
once
a few
again,
snookers last frame.
it's true. Floyd's tactical game is very strong. So if he's in trouble, I can see him getting out of it. Sometimes you wonder, you ask the player, why don't you just go for that green? Then, you could at least tie. And sometimes players might be like, I didn't even think it was there.
Yeah.
They're so focused on something else. Because that looks like it should be quite nice. I don't know if there's a direct line for Gerard. Might have to come off a cushion first to hit this red. Was able to.
No, he's got him again. I think Gerard wants Floyd to hit this because the chances of leaving a putt on is pretty good. Well, no miss, of course, but now 2 snookers required. But with 1 red on, Dave, 1 snooker and a free ball will get the job done. So,
Yeah, so there's not handshakes just yet. And I have been informed that I will be joining the presentation party down on the floor.
okay, will that be by this table or by another table?
I believe beyond our champion table over here that we're viewed on.
Okay. Well, Dave, you can see where the camera is. That's where the mic is.
I might not be doing the talking. That might be left up to Kevin Patrick. I'm pretty sure he's going to take great delight in presenting that award to Bob Jezequel, as they've both been referees for a long time.
Good old NASCAR Bob. Well, I think this is it. I think he can definitely clip this red enough. He's just got to just miss the yellow. Oh, he's playing off the cushion.
Yeah, didn't have the pathway.
Didn't.
The yellow was covering enough of that red that he couldn't clip it in, so try and cushion first.
Well, Floyd's got him again. And he's got the red close to the pink, so. Wow. So he's down by 42. Even if he hits the pink, he's still going to need another snooker. But if he hits the black, he could tie. Oh,
And
is
this
he
could
left a
be a
free
free ball.
ball?
Yeah.
Oh, it's close. Raise of the eyebrow from our
Oh,
referee, Sylvan.
yeah. From my vantage point, it didn't look. Oh,
Nope. If he's got that red in there, there's no free ball. Doesn't even have to come around to look. He can. No, it's no free ball. If you can get that red in between the two, then I mean, yeah, there's a slight angle where the white is, so he had the red in line with the red and the pink, but should have put it in line with on the same angle as the pot or the white. But it's gonna get close. Hits the blue. It might have a chance if that red keeps going, Dave.
I think you can just get by. Might just put a trace aside just to swerve a little bit around that yellow, just to make sure he gets contact. Nervy stuff. Gerard can feel it. He's just so close. He's rounding third and he wants to get home. Yeah, Floyd is able to come back and take this frame, put us into decider. All the momentum will be on Floyd.
Yeah, but he will have the momentum, but I think he's using every last little bit of gas in the tank that he has just to possibly get through this frame. Well, I think we're done here.
That was an interesting shot. Like it almost looked like he was trying to take the pot on, but Gerard just being mindful of the brown. Yeah, I think it's going to be handshakes. You're looking at your 2026 Canadian Snooker Championship winner, Gerard Morrison.
Yeah, I think we got a handshake coming.
And there it is.
Well played. Your winner, Gerard Morrison, your 2026 Canadian Seniors Champion, defeats Floyd Ziegler 3-1, folks.
And don't touch that dial, everybody. We're going to have a trophy presentation for Gerard Morrison, as well as a special presentation to our referee, Bob Jezequel, on his 40-plus years of service.
All right, sir. You've been called upon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do a trophy presentation. As you see, we're just getting set. Mr. Bernie has stepped out of the booth. So we're going to stay tuned and have a listen. Yeah, sorry folks, I got the volume turned up as high as I can.
On behalf of the Cbsa, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. Without the fans, there's no tournament. Without the players, there's nothing.
And without the refs, there's nobody either, right?
George, do you have anything to say?
Well, folks, there it is. Your winner, Gerard Morrison, is your new 2026 Canadian Seniors Champion. I am your host, Rob Richards. Thank you very much. And truly appreciate you all tuning in. One more time, we will see you again tomorrow with myself, your host, Rob Richards, and David Burney, 9:30 a.m., folks. Thank you much for tuning in. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the evening. Get some rest. Bright and early, we go again.
I see you're not recording.